So this is the 1-2 kid, and I hope everybody enjoyed the fights. We had the Chocolatito fight, Furry. I mean, that was a good fight. Chocolatito, he came in and did his thing, man. He came in and did his thing. I'm not sure many people thought Chocolatito still had it in him, but he did, and good for him, man. Good for him. He showed diligence. He kept his hands busy. You know what I'm saying? He continued to move forward and pressure Jafari, and he continued to do it, and it worked out for Chocolatito. And as for Mikey Garcia and Jesse Vargas, I thought it was a decent show. I enjoyed the fight. I honestly did. I always knew Vargas could box. I think he got a little comfortable after the fourth round, and that tells you right there why you got guys like Spence who boxed him. Because why sit there and trade with that guy and give him an opportunity to do so? What's going on, Lou? How you doing, man? Why give this man an opportunity at welterweight to put hands on you? You know what I mean? It's just not a good idea, and I think that's why Spence boxed him. I mean, I thought if they just sat there and traded, I'm talking about Spence and Mikey. Of course, I think Spence would have probably got him, but why risk it? You know what I'm saying? Why risk it if you don't have to and you can use your range? And I always knew that Jesse Vargas could box because when when he was with the Mayweather gym, that's all he used to do. He used to just put combinations together and just make things happen, man. And then he just fell in love with that right hand and that power, and that was somewhat his downfall because he was undefeated prior to that. Um, but he been in there with a lot of good guys, and I think Mikey showed that he's got some skills. But I would still like to see Mikey move back down to 140. There's moments in that fight where Jesse Vargas would you know, was just putting combinations together on him early in the fight. And if that was Manny, that could be a problem, a huge problem, but he still got good timing. He's still a tough guy. Um, we've seen some of his power at 147 today, and that's cool. I would like to see possibly Jesse Vargas go ahead and fight. I'd like to see him and Josecito Lopez scrap it up. I think that would be a great fight. You know what I mean? I think that would be a great fight. Him and Lopez would be fun to watch. But it was very entertaining. I had a lot of fun watching it, man. And I hope everybody in the chat did also. You know, I don't know if Mikey should stay there, but I think if they're trying to set up a big payday, then they're trying to set up a big payday. But I'm not sure how he got a fight lined up with Manny Pacquiao because isn't Manny Pacquiao PBC and Mikey's the zone for a moment? Are they going to cross promote the fight? And if so, then I would say that Manny's holding that belt hostage. So it is what it is. So what's your thoughts on it, Lou? Anybody got any thoughts? Drop some comments. I'll be more than happy to answer my thoughts on it. What y'all think about Chocolatito's win and Mikey Garcia's win at welterweight? And Remy was popping, man. Remy 22 in the building. How's it going, man? What y'all think? Y'all enjoy the fights? I thought they were entertaining. I thought they were extremely entertaining. I had fun. I enjoyed the fights tonight, man. I really did. They were pretty entertaining, action packed. That's what boxing's about, man. You were surprised by Chocolatito. I was surprised by Chocolatito too, man. I wasn't sure he had that oomph in him, but that goes to show you that's boxing, man. We get surprises, and that's why we love the sport, and that's why the sport is there. True entertainment, no doubt about it. Good scraps. That's right, Lou. Remy, like I just felt like it was a good card. I thought these guys got in there, they mixed it up, and they made it happen, man. And this is what I like to see in boxing. I like to see guys get in there, action-packed fights. It's a bit refreshing. You know what I'm saying? I think we had some good fights go on. This month. I think that we got gifted some good fights, man. Some good scraps, man. We got the Wilder and Tyson Fury fight. We got Chocolatito. We got quite a few fights. So what you guys think? What do you think Mikey should do from here on in? What's going on, Tim Dub? How you doing, fam? How you feeling tonight? You enjoy the card, Tim? What you think Mikey should do? You think he should move back down to 140? Or you think he should stay at 147? I mean, if that Manny fight comes, you know he's staying at 147 for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I think he does got good timing, but I don't see him. I see Manny touching him a lot, man. I see Manny touching him a lot. But Manny does have a short reach, so he can't time him. So it'll be entertaining while it lasts. Yeah, I feel like he should be at like either light welter or 135. It'd be an entertaining fighter at 135 if he could still make 135. Yeah, I don't think Mikey can handle Pacquiao either. Still be an entertaining fight. I think he'll land punches because I think some decent punches on Manny, but I think Manny it'll be too far and too few in between. You know what I'm saying? Cancel the zone. It's buffering on you. Oh man. That's crazy, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, man. You think it's the zone, or you just think it like it's not your connection in any way, shape, or form? You know, like damn, that's crazy though. You would think that they are paying. I mean, you paying for it, so shit. You want to have a damn good connection. They should have like a good connection if you're paying for this shit. It's a service. He said I canceled the zone. He said he going crack stream. Shit, that it sucks for the zone, I guess. Mine don't buffer much. I kind of enjoy it. Mine hasn't buffered since I think when I first got it, it did, but ever since then, I thought they worked the kinks out. But if you having issues with it, then fuck that. I don't blame you. I do the exact same thing, man. I would do the exact same thing. But I think everything's going that route anyway, man. I gave up cable too. Let's see so y'all had Mikey pulling the win off? I did. I thought it was a clear win. I thought it was a fun fight. I think Jesse Vargas had some moments in the fight, but Mikey was just patient, made that work. Red Glove Militant was popping. Oh, look at me, man. I forgot to drop the link. Let me go ahead and drop that link. Really? Xfinity works better than AT&T. That's what's up. Shit. The only reason I use cable is just for the internet. That's it. I don't watch nothing on cable television, man. They just out here robbing people. Yeah, $20 for nothing. If it's buffering on you, man, yeah, go ahead on and get rid of that shit. Ain't no point. Ain't no point, man. And let them know too. Leave a comment. Leave a comment for them so they can fix that shit up for you, Tim Dub. Because you a hardcore boxing fan and you want to watch hardcore boxing fights. I mean, but we did get some hardcore fights tonight, man. We had some fun fights tonight, man. It's been a good month for boxing. Darkness is Falling was popping. What you think about Mikey? Marta Machine, my man. What's popping, man? It was nice talking to you. The fire stick. That shit's complicated. It can be, man. It can be. It can be complicated, man. I'm my boy hook my son shit up. That fire stick shit. I think my pops got one. Something similar to that. Mikey slow as fuck. He need to go back to 135. Yeah, yeah. And you know what's funny is Lisa Bell's hey was popping. Um, he is slow, but he has decent timing, man. And that go to show you right there. Like everybody was laughing at me when I was telling them. That's why Spence boxed him because the dude does got pop. I mean, how many times you see Jesse Vargas hit the canvas? You know what I'm saying? How many punches did this guy? How many people just ragged out him in a fight the way Mikey did? Jesse Vargas when he used to box, man, he used to box prior to falling in love with his right hand, man, and he was a decent fighter. He was a decent fighter, and I liked the way he fought. I thought he was going, but he fell in love with that power, and he just gave up on his skills. He was doing the right thing. He got a little confident. Was like, I'm gonna slap this motherfucker, this little midget around the ring. Mikey started tagging his ass with that old 1-2 kid, and ba 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 ba. Just timing him. He follows through with that right hand too, don't he? He steps in with that shit. He comes all the way in. Yo, Red, I dropped the link in the chat, man. You're more than welcome to hop on. Chen Smoke in the building. So what you guys think, man? Did you guys enjoy the card? I did. I thought it was very entertaining, man. I thought it was very entertaining. So you think Chocolatito got some more in him? I mean, he did his thing tonight. He went in there and he showed he still got it, man. He showed he still got it, man. It's nice to see. It was nice to see, man, because I didn't want to write that guy off, man. And I think Mikey still got options, man. Mikey still got options, but he do look slow. Oh, guess who we got up in here? Y'all never guess. Oh,
Yo.
What you
What's
think
up,
of Mikey?
man?
What you think of Mikey's performance tonight, man?
Appreciate for having me on, bro. Like, I thought Jesse Vargas got robbed, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. I had him winning 9 rounds, bro.
What? Really?
Yeah. I
Yeah, I
probably need
think.
to rewatch it, bro. But I had him winning 9 rounds. I was surprised by the scorecards, man.
Were you really? Anybody else had it winning 9 rounds? Anybody else in the chat? Because I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think I tend to lean my rounds towards the guy who hurts the other guy. That's why I gave I thought Mikey won the third round, but I think Jesse landed a damn good right hand and stole it. Followed with a headbutt that nobody really caught and they didn't talk about, but that's what froze Mikey. It was the right hand and it was followed by a headbutt, or the headbutt came before it, but it froze him. I seen it in the replay too. And I was like, and it froze him in his tracks in the third round. But I didn't give Vargas. I mean, could have been a few swing rounds, but with the knockdown and the way he was, I kind of give it 10-8 when I see a guy rock. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, like the first 5 rounds, man, Jesse Vargas won them all, bro. Just based on what do you call it? Peer pressure, man. Just throwing punches. Mikey Garcia didn't do shit the first 5 rounds. So the
Wasn't
first
it the
five
fifth
rounds,
round? Wasn't it the fifth round that Mikey dropped him though?
was it the 5th round?
It may have
I
been.
thought it was the 6th.
Yeah, I think the fourth round I gave it to Vargas. I gave the first 2 rounds to Vargas. I thought he was boxing very well because, like
Bro,
I said, he used to box very well back in the days, but he fell in love with his power and stopped boxing.
like like Mikey didn't do shit, man. I guess the first 4 rounds. So
Yeah,
the first 4 rounds he won them, and then the
yeah.
last 5 rounds, or the rounds where Vargas didn't get knocked down, he won those rounds too, bro. Like Mikey wasn't doing shit, bro. He was just throwing that right hand, and sometimes it wasn't even landing, bro.
And but when it was landing, it was freezing Vargas, and that's what I'm
I
trying to say. Like I think it
I
was a,
agree
I
with
think
that,
I
bro.
think
But
it
you
was a good fight.
you can't win a round just throwing one punch, man. And expecting him to knock him down, bro. Like
Yeah, well,
Vargas was outworking
if
that boy, man.
uh, I would say he threw more punches, but I don't think he threw more punches Like I think he threw more punches in total, but not round by round. You know what I'm saying? Not
Yeah,
round
but
by round.
it's crazy, bro, because a lot of people make fun of Deontay Wilder because he loses rounds for not throwing punches, but no one says shit about Mikey Garcia for not throwing punches, bro. Like Mikey Garcia, bro, is basically like all he does is land the right hand. That's it.
Yeah, well, actually, what he was also landing his hook a lot too. I think his hook stunned him a couple times and made him freeze. It froze up Vargas. I think Vargas was landing his hook too. When he was throwing it off the jab, he had more success with it. But then he stopped using his jab, and then Mikey was just ready for it. After the fourth round, he just started blocking it. So
Yeah, but
I wouldn't say that Jesse Vargas. But I mean, it can be. You can argue that. I mean, there was some swing rounds in there that you could have went either way. Like I gave Vargas the third round, and I thought Mikey clearly won it until he got tagged with the right hand in the headbutt.
bro, even the last round, man, Vargas hurt Mikey at the end, man. Like Mikey's happy that shit wasn't a 15 round fight, bro, because I think Vargas would have worked him down, bro.
Yeah, but we can't talk about 15-round fights and stuff like
No,
that
I'm
because
just saying because Mikey was getting gassed out there, bro. Like I don't think Mikey has the heart anymore for for these 147 pounders, bro. He
yo,
should
do
stick
you
to
do you
140.
do you do you? Yeah, I think he should move down too. But I mean, he got that Manny fight. I don't think it'll work out too well for him, but I'm sure he'll have some moments. And he's in the game. He's in the game. It is prize fighting, so he's in the game to get paid. So it is what it is. And
Yeah, but like
he's still an elite fighter.
how many fanboys does Mikey Garcia have out here, bro? Like talking about, oh, Mikey Garcia's pound for pound because he has all these skills. But basically, he does the same thing that Deontay Wilder does. But Deontay Wilder gets
No,
shitted on,
no,
bro,
no,
and
no,
Mikey
no, no,
doesn't.
nah, no, nah, nah, no, 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 not skill wise. You can't compare Deontay Wilder and no, no. Of course, he's got that one punch power Wilder has, but skill wise, no, he can't fuck with Mikey. Mikey's defense is pretty fucking stellar. When it can be in moments, and he also
Bro,
has, yeah. I wouldn't compare those two
he was
fighters, man.
getting touched up, man, by Jesse Vargas. He's happy
Yeah.
Jesse Vargas has no power, man. If Jesse Vargas had power, he would have
Okay.
knocked him the fuck out.
Yo. Okay. So you gotta now you sleeping on Jesse Vargas because Jesse Vargas been in there with some great fighters too. He been in there with Tim Bradley and Manny Pacquiao. So I mean, and neither one of those guys stopped him. No.
Yeah, man, but come on, bro. I'm just comparing him to Deontay Wilder because a lot of people have been shitting on Deontay Wilder's skill set when Mikey does the same shit,
No,
man.
he
Like, come
doesn't do
on,
the
bro.
same shit. He has good feet. He's a, he's a decent boxer, man. He can box, man. The guy can box. I mean, uh, if you took Deontay Wilder, I'll put it like this: you take Deontay Wilder, right? You put him in there with a guy that's 7'7", beast, monster, right? With twice the reach and twice the height and damn near twice the weight, and you think he's gonna survive?
Bro, come on, man.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. This guy had 2 inches, and technically he said he had pillow fists, and he just kind of
Yeah,
ragdolled
but let's stay
Wilder.
on topic, man. Let's stay on Mikey
No, no,
Garcia,
no,
bro.
no, 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 no. We are on topic. You're the one who changed the subject. So here we are again. And let me guess, you're bodying me right now, right?
Nah, man, like I just want to talk this
You
boxing,
just
bro.
don't like you don't like Mikey, huh? That's what it is. You're not
Bro,
a you,
it's not that I don't like Mikey, man. It's these fanboys of him, bro. That get
nah,
on my
you really
nerves,
don't.
bro.
You don't like Mikey. You said he ducked a couple guys coming up. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, he dug Lomachenko. I admit that.
Okay, so you still got it in your heart that you know what I'm saying. You pissed off because you wanted him to be, your main. You wanted him to do his thing because he's of Mexican descent. And I
Bro,
don't
come
blame
on,
you.
man.
I would no, come on, man. Just keep it real. He was pushing for. There was a moment in his career where they were pushing him as like number 3 pound for pound. You know what I'm
bro.
saying?
I
It
never
was.
been high on Mikey, man,
Why? Because he got
because
his
I don't
nose
like his
broke.
skill set. I don't like his skill set. I don't like how he's moving outside the ring. At first, I
Okay.
did like Mikey, man, but now he's ducking fights.
Right.
He's
But what weight did he come from again?
what
What was the weight he started his professional career in?
126,
And he's fighting now at what? 147.
147.
And is
Yeah,
he
but
competing
Deontay
or
Waters been
not?
fighting dudes that are like 30, 40 pounds bigger than him, bro. That's not an excuse, man.
Yeah, yeah.
If
And
you're
how
too
many
small,
how
move
many
down the
how
weight,
many how many guys he fought taller than him
bro. Come on, man.
with a longer reach than him? One?
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
But like,
one? Why? You ain't yeah, I thought but you're a Wilder fan. You don't know who he's fighting?
no, I'm talking about Mikey Garcia, bro. Like,
Nah, you were just talking
it's
about
crazy,
Wilder.
bro.
You were just talking about Wilder. Yo, what's going on, Black and Brown Boxing? Uh, like I said, y'all, I'm dropping the link. Y'all more than welcome to come on. We got El Jefe up here. You know, he's a little
Yeah,
disappointed in Mikey's win. He's
and
like,
Mikey Garcia doesn't even like appreciate his fans, bro. Like, so many people come up to him, like, "Hey, can you sign my gloves, bro?" And he just
"Why
doesn't
you
sign
met him?
people's gloves.
You
He
met him?
doesn't take picture with the
Did
fans.
did he take a picture
He,
with you? He ain't take a picture with you.
bro, come on, man. I'm just talking generally, bro.
Oh, how do you know that then? Why are you laughing? I'm just asking. What how do you know that?
Dude, I
I'm
think you're
asking
trolling
you.
me, man.
I'm not trolling you. I'm asking you. Where's your receipts? Ain't that what you always be asking? Where's your
What,
receipts? What's your
what are
source?
you asking me? Hold on.
I'm asking you when does Mikey do that? Show me something. Tell me something.
There's video, man.
There's video of him not helping people out and hooking people up and high fiving folks. And like, yeah, these are my fans. I'm gonna take pictures with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Deontay Water like gives so much appreciation to his fans. He like shouts them out on Twitter.
Are you mad
Uh,
that Danny Garcia? I mean, that Mikey Garcia ain't on PBC? Is that why you upset?
bro, come on, man.
Is that
This is
what it
about
is?
boxing, bro.
Yeah, that's what we talking about, boxing. But you ain't talking about boxing. You brought up Wilder. I brought up Wilder. You said we're not talking about Wilder. We talk about Mikey, right? Why did you freeze? What happened? What's going on? What's going on,
Bro, like
Happy?
Chocolatito had a great fucking fight, man.
Yeah, he did, man. I ain't taking away from that, but we talking about Mikey.
I don't know what's your question, bro. I'm confused right
Eh,
now, man.
Why you confused? All I'm doing is bringing up everything that you talking about.
What was your question?
About what? I'm
I
just
don't
I'm
know.
just shooting whatever you got at you.
Oh yeah,
And I'm
man. I
at,
was talking about
yeah.
Chocolatito, bro.
First you was talking about Mikey, how Mikey ain't a good a person to his fans.
I think it's not only me. I think the fans in general could agree with me on that. Even the
What
chat.
fans? All right, no one in the chat agrees with you.
Oh, I don't know. You
Nobody.
gotta
No,
ask them.
I don't have to. I can read.
No, but there's other videos, bro, on the internet.
Yeah, yeah. My man El Jefe. You're a funny dude, man. You're a funny dude. Entertaining though. Entertaining, man. And I'm actually glad you came on tonight, man. Usually I can't stand you, but you know what? I'm enjoying your entertainment. And that ain't personal.
Bro,
That's just on some internet bullshit.
bro, come on, man.
So when's the last time you talked to Jalee?
Bro, you're trolling, man.
A little bit. A little bit.
Like, like there's times in this world, bro, where you outgrown.
You
Like,
outgrow something? Yeah, when you get
yeah, bro.
when you old enough to get kicked out the house because you ain't paying rent.
Nah, bro, it's like, have you ever watched the movie Karate Kid, man?
Yeah, nah. Yeah, I watched Karate
Yeah,
Kid.
bro.
I watched Karate Kid. What's going
Like,
on, Black and Brown? What's popping, man? Hold on, El Jefe.
What's up, 1-2? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, man. You enjoy the
All right,
fights. It's
man.
a hell of a card, no? It wasn't that bad.
Man,
Black and
I'm
brown.
so impressed by this card tonight, man. I was so excited about this card, and I just want to say, man, thank you to Eddie Hearn for giving us this tonight, so we can get our mind off of that. Whatever happened last weekend, we can stop talking about that, and we can move on to to something else. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I mean, it could. Yeah, we could. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm just moving on to whatever's
I,
popping because I'm a boxer
I
fan.
agree with that, bro. We should move on from last week, man. Like
Yeah, but
things happen for a reason, bro.
but black and brown, you can't have people bringing the shit up. You answer the question and then say why you, and then change the subject and say
Well,
that ain't what we're talking about.
Let me give a shout out to Black and Brown, man. Shout out to Black and Brown. Subscribe to his channel, hit the like button, and that's it, man. That's all I gotta say. Shout out to him. He knows his boxing. He's learning from the best. He's learning from El Jefe, man. Just keep on.
Oh man, you were doing so good. You were doing so good, El Jefe. You were doing so good, bro. Nah, good looking though, man. Hey, thanks for having me on one too, man. I love tonight, man. I love tonight. I love what Eddie Hearn did tonight, man. That shit was. You guys see the prelims?
Yeah, I seen a few of them.
That shit was fire.
Yeah.
Hey, those three youngsters, man. Those three youngsters that were on the prelims, man. I'm telling you, man. Them dudes are the next wave. They're the next wave. All three of them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Time shall tell.
That Russian kid's real fucking good, man. The Madrimov kid.
So yeah, bro. Baby Triple G. That's Baby Triple G, bro. He's coming, bro, and he wants all the smoke. He's calling everybody out early. He's calling people out early. He ain't waiting.
El Jefe, they had your boy sitting next to Spence.
Yeah, I saw that, man. That was pretty cool. I like that.
They did downplay. They did downplay Earl though. That was kind of fucked up.
They were but they did show him on the jumbotron, man.
Right, but they were like, "Is that Earl Spence?" I think it is.
You know, like, they're hating on the
PBC. They ain't know though. I'm like, come on, man. Because they know that the PBC gonna pull that shit on them. You know what I mean? Because they did it to Top Rank and they did it to my man Bud. Well, they didn't even put him up as a champion. They're like, these are the welterweight champions, and they didn't even put Bud up there. Like, man, come on, man. That was some bullshit too. But
I like how they had Earl Spence sitting next to Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah. Yep.
I like how they did that. Hey, you guys tell me who's in charge of putting something like that together? Who sits them next to each other like that?
Wait a minute.
Eddie Hearns.
El Jefe. You said no one cares about Bud, right? Yo, didn't he call out Earl Spence?
Bro, no one cares about some lame ass dude from Omaha, man. Like fuck that.
No. I'm talking about your boy.
Who
was sitting next to fucking Earl Spence.
What did he say?
Didn't he call Earl out and Earl was like, nah, he ain't ready yet or some shit?
Oh man, sometimes you gotta put these young fellas, man, in their place, man. But sometimes they get out of line. It's like me. Hold on. It's like me. Sometimes I gotta get on here, bro, and check these fools, bro. It's almost
actually, it's like you be getting out of line. That's why I was chewing you up. But I'm just saying, your boy, he did call Earl out, right? Remember?
Yeah, it's a future pay-per-view fight.
But he called him.
Two Dallas.
He said
Dallas killers.
Right, and he said he was ready for him. No,
I don't know what he said.
Yeah, he did. He said, "Oh, I'm ready to fight Earl." Wait a minute. Hold on, Black and Brown. I'm talking to El Jefe real quick. I just want.
I got you.
Yeah. All right.
But
what he say about Bud though? He said he wasn't ready for Bud though, huh?
Yeah, but let's talk about the president.
But don't nobody care. Don't nobody care about nobody from Omaha except your boy. Your boy didn't want none of Bud, but he called out Earl, right?
Bro, we're talking about pay-per-view events, man. We're talking about Earl Spence.
All right, well, there we go. There's another body. But all right, here we go. Black and Brown, man. So you enjoyed the fights. Yo, what did you think about Chocolatito, man? He still got it, man. It's nice.
I like the way OG Chocolatito came through. I like that. I like the performance. Old man came through. You know, I was impressed, man. I was impressed. He came through like an OG, and I liked it.
And he outworked the man. He outworked the young buck.
Yeah, he did. Even when he got cut, He fought through it. I just appreciated the effort, man. That shit was cool to watch him. And he's probably on his way out. You know, he looks a little older. They say he's only 32, but he looks a little older than 32, whatever. But I just appreciated the effort.
They age a little faster in the younger weight classes. I mean, the smaller weight classes. You know
That's
what I'm saying?
facts.
They age a little faster because the war is a little worse. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, 1-2. I got a question for El Jefe though.
Shoot.
What's up, El Jefe? Where's Earl Spence at? What's he talking about, man? He's missing in action, man. I know that's your boy, so I've been trying to get you on here so I can ask you what's up with your boy, man. What's the future? What we looking like? Hey, because I seen him in the steam room with a 6-pack, right? And then I seen him just the other day sparring, looking slow and timid. Like, hey, which one is it, El Jefe? You tell me.
Bro, it's not a sprint, man. It's a marathon, bro. Like Errol Spence is here to stay, bro. Like, give him his time, he'll be ready, man. I was seeing some ES News videos where he was training from yesterday, bro. That boy looks ready, man. He looks a bit.
We're talking about the same video. We're talking about the same video, right?
Okay,
ES News. Yeah, hey, come on, El Jefe. Let's be honest. He's looking slow and timid in those videos. He's not looking strong and powerful. He ain't hitting them mitts like he should be. He's tapping those mitts.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Have you ever run a marathon?
Oh, man, let's talk about Earl Spence's next fight, bro. That's all we're talking about.
Hold on. Have you ever run a marathon? Just yes or no?
Man, I run like 30 minutes on the treadmill. I don't run no marathon,
okay,
bro.
When you run 30 minutes, hold on. When you run 30 minutes, do you sprint those 30 minutes or are you jogging those 30 minutes?
Yeah, I'm jogging them. Come on, El Jefe. Okay. I'm jogging them, bro. I'm trying to ask you, man. When can we expect your boy in the ring? You know what I'm saying? Because he's been MIA already for months on months now, right? What's up? Like, June's right around the corner. We get to June and we don't hear nothing.
I'll tell you when. Fall of this year. You'll see him back.
September?
Yeah, fall. September, October. Probably against a bum.
And you don't okay. I'm okay with it against a bum. I just want to see him back in the ring. But what if it's past September? You don't think he should he should vacate his belt? You don't think he should maybe go into champion and recession the way Devin Haney did?
Nah, bro, because when you're a boxing king, you bring the money, you bring the fans. Like, these sanctioning bodies, they go by what you say, not by what they say. That's how boxing is, man.
Yeah, but what about for the fans though? You don't think the fans deserve to see them belts fought for instead of the fighters just leaning sleeping on the belts for 8 months at a time? You don't think we deserve a championship fight?
True boxing fans would understand that. They would be able to break it down intellectually and just understand the position that Errol Spence is coming from. So it is what it is.
I just compared to the same thing Devin Haney just going through, and he vacated his belt. He went to champion and recession, and when he comes out of that, when he's ready, he gets first dibs back at the belt. I just don't see why Errol Spence can't do the same thing.
Devin Haney's a nobody. Errol Spence has a name, and you got to put some respect behind that.
How long? Okay, then you're talking about respect. Put that respect in time. How long? How long do we gotta, I guess, respect him and wait for him? How long do we gotta wait?
Okay, let me tell you something. Time is a social construct, man. You can't put no time into time, bro. You just gotta respect.
Yo, man. Yo.
Respect goes on for forever, huh?
Yeah. El Jefe going to throw all types of bullshit at you. He ain't going to answer no questions. He just going to give you smoke and mirrors. That's all he do, man. Entertainment.
Hey, I'm not even a Spence hater. I'm a Spence fan, honestly. To be honest with you, I don't have nothing against none of these dudes. But I just kind of got to call it how I see it. And he's MIA, bro. We can't get no information, no nothing about when he's coming back, how injured he is. We can't get no information. So as a fan, you're like, hey, you got to give me something.
No, but like real talk, man, like I think it's going to come down to when the IBF mandatory comes up, because that IBF mandatory is not going to respect shit. So whenever this dude, I forgot his name, Quadri or some shit like that, fights Lipinets, whoever wins that fight, they're going to mandate Errol Spence a 30-day so they could come together and do the contract for the fight. So whenever that fight gets announced, that's when they're going to pressure Spence to fight the IBF mandatory, because the WBC ain't going to do shit, man.
I don't blame Earl Spence for taking his time to get back. It kind of sucks though for the people waiting on the belts and you know what I mean, for the up and comers. But at the same time, I don't blame them because uh, it was a pretty bad fucking accident, and 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 I don't know what he's doing outside of it, but if it was my fighter or if I was fighting, I would probably be in the gym and I'd be mum's the word too, and then just pop out and do my thing. So hopefully Earl Spence gets better, and hopefully we can see grade A Earl Spence when he does come back. Whether he is or he isn't, time will tell. You know what I mean? But I do want the best Earl Spence when he fights Bud, if he fights Bud. But I want the top. I want no excuses. I don't want them, I want them coming in with no suits. I don't want them, having the flu. No loaded gloves. No, I just had sex with my girl. None of that shit. I just want the man to come in and get in there and scrap, man. I want to see the best Earl Spence, and I am an Earl Spence fan, but I don't respect some of the moves he made when Bud came at him. I didn't care for that too much. It made me change my it just made me kind of I kind of just edged towards Bud after that, because Bud was looking for all the smoke then, and I guess Earl don't smoke Bud. He smokes everything else, but he don't smoke Bud.
Now I think I just hold Earl to a higher standard because he's in the pound for pound number one conversation.
Yeah.
So if he wasn't one of these top 5 guys, I don't think I would hold him to such a high standard. But he is, and when you're in that top 5, and we're steadily having these debates on who's number one pound for pound, and who's this, I think that you take 8 months off, you're going to need some answers to continue putting him up there in the top 3, because we steadily have these conversations of who's ahead of Bud, who Spence or Bud, who who's ahead. Well, if you're going to have them conversations, then you kind of need some steady
I just
facts.
hope he ain't on the show. I hope he ain't on the show too long.
That's why Black and Brown, you gotta have boxing intellects, bro. That could break this shit down, man. That's why I'm on here, bro.
But yo, El Jefe, you ain't break nothing down though.
Yeah, bro, I broke it down for him, man.
You didn't break
nothing. You could go back, hit the playback, hit the like button, and you can hear it, bro. Like I broke it down.
Nah, you didn't break anything down. You didn't break anything down, El Jefe. Every question that was aimed towards you, you just avoided. So we're gonna put you on timeout for a second. I mean, you can hang out. I'll untime you in a second, but we're just gonna mute you for a minute. You didn't break nothing down. So you thought, what did you think about Mikey and Jesse Vargas, man? You thought that was a good fight?
I thought it was a good little fight. Honestly, I had Jesse Vargas win the first 4 rounds, and I was even telling myself, I don't like Mikey at 147. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it. I don't like the way he fights. He's not tall enough, and he can get outboxed by a more athletic boxer. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what punch it landed. I think it was a short left uppercut. I'm not sure, but it changed the whole fight.
Yep, it sure did. Timing changed the fight, and I didn't see it coming because I wasn't sure if he still held the power, because bringing up to 147, because you had guys like Spence basically boxed him. But I said it when he fought him. I said it when I watched the fight. I was like, there was a reason he boxed him. He tasted his power, and he was like, what's the sense of me mixing it up with a guy with really small arms and giving him his only chance to win when I could just stick this dude from the outside, which, why roll the dice with my career? You know what I mean? If he lost to Mikey, and Mikey stunned him or something, he would have never heard the end of it. So why even chance it? Why roll the dice? And I was like, I don't blame him for sitting there and boxing him, because, you know what I mean? Mikey got a good left hook, a decent jab, and a hell of a right hand. So I don't blame him for boxing.
I thought Jesse Vargas was doing the same thing. I thought he was executing the exact same game plan until Mikey caught him.
Yeah, till he got comfortable. And there was moments where don't get me wrong, I think Vargas was doing his thing, and I always thought Vargas was a good boxer. I just don't think he boxes enough. That's always been my problem with him. When he was undefeated in the Mayweather gym, that's all he did was box. and he fell in love with his power, and then that's what was somewhat of his downfall. Then when he he dropped Tim Bradley, where he rocked Tim Bradley, he was like, okay, I could just do this now. You know what I mean? And he knocked old dude out too. Nobody had him beaten. Very few people had him beaten. Who was that kid? The one who was at 154 and then got knocked out. You know what I'm talking
Saddam
about?
Ali.
Yeah, Saddam Ali. Saddam Ali. After he beat Cotto, not many people had Vargas winning. I had Vargas winning that fight, and I didn't think he was going to do it like that, but he just got him out of there. So I mean, he's got decent power. If you could rock Tim Bradley, and you could get Saddam Ali out of there at 154, then you got decent power. So that goes to tell you what type of chin Mikey got. And not only did he go 12 with Spence, he also used to spar hardcore with Maidana. So he can take a shot.
Bro, and I think a lot of people, man, like, I don't know why don't they do this more, bro. Like, Vargas had a lot of success when he was smothering Mikey's work, bro, and like outworking him in the inside, bro. Like, a lot of people need to start doing that on Mikey, because Mikey can't fight in the inside for shit, man.
Oh, Mikey could fight on the inside. Mikey could fight
I
on
don't
the
know,
inside.
bro.
Yeah, Mikey could fight on the inside. It's just if you use your range and you don't give him an opportunity to time you, because he has a long jab where he leaps forward with his jab, you could do it. If you got the skills to do it, you could do it. But it's difficult because he's got skills, man. Mikey's got skills. Mikey's got skills to even compete at 147 the way he did, and to damn near knock out, Vargas. Go to tell you what type of skills he has, and that let's not erase his Lipinets win at 140 or his win against fucking, Broner. Like these weren't. He was moving up and fighting these guys, and not many people had him beating Broner, especially the way he did.
Hey, 1-2, and he just beat Easter, didn't he?
Yeah,
that was an impressive one if you ask me. That was really impressive.
Yeah, that's true too. And so
but I don't know why, man. I can't get big on Mikey, man. I just can't, man. I don't know why. I think he's too stagnant. I think he plays the he don't throw enough punches for me. I think that's what it is with Mikey.
Yeah, you know what? I could see that. I could see why a fan wouldn't like Mikey. It's just that I don't think 147 is for him. He don't belong at 147 at all. But he's still competing at 147. You know what I mean? It's not like he's bringing people up to compete at 147. He's fighting some damn good fighters at 140 and 147, but he should have stayed at 135. And I kind of agree with El Jefe on that. I would have liked to see him fight a guy like Loma. And maybe who he's gonna wind up fighting. He's gonna wind up fighting if he don't bail out. He's gonna wind up fighting a guy like Teofimo Lopez at 140 or a Devin Haney.
I love that fight. I love that fight for Devin Haney. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Nah, man, he gotta fight Danny Garcia, bro. Like him and Danny Garcia.
Who?
No, Mikey needs to fight Danny Garcia, man. Him and Mikey Garcia would be a classic fight. Two slow 147-pounders with good pop, bro.
Hey, that would be a good. I wouldn't mind watching that fight. I wouldn't mind watching it.
I would rather watch Mikey and Teal.
Bro, come on, let's be realistic, man. Teal is with Top Rank, man. That shit ain't never gonna happen. Mikey ain't gonna work with Top Rank anymore. Bro,
sure he will. If the money
him
right,
and Bob Arum, bro, they don't do business anymore, man.
If the money right, is
man.
He ain't working with Top Rank, or Top Rank ain't working with him?
I don't know, some shit like that, bro. But Teal, come on, man. Teal's about to lose to Lomachenko.
He almost put him on the shelf he put Mikey on the shelf for what, 2 years?
Yep.
Because he broke out the contract, and look at him now. Same with Floyd.
No, but what I don't like about Mikey is how he did PBC, bro. Like, PBC put him in the best position to fight Errol Spence, and this is how you repay them, bro, by leaving them with Eddie Hearn, man. Like,
wait a minute. You said he put him in the best position to fight Errol Spence, but weren't you the one that was complaining that he fought Errol Spence and he shouldn't have fought Errol Spence?
Bro, come on, man.
No, I'm saying that was your comment, wasn't it?
Bro, I'm talking
No,
about the
I'm just
present
saying.
tense, man.
You're talking about the present tense. So what you did prior don't make you who you are now.
Bro, I'm talking about the money wise, man. Like
The
he bought
money.
Earl Spence, and then PBC was gonna make him fight Danny Garcia, and he ducked that fight, man. That's why he went to the zone, man, because he didn't want to
So
fight Danny Garcia.
you think he ducked Danny to fight Earl?
No, he ducked Danny Garcia,
Get
and
it right
he went
now.
to fight Jesse Vargas, man.
El
He-
Jefe, what if he didn't want to fight Danny Garcia for maybe like 500,000 or 300,000? He said, "Nah, I'm gonna go fight Jesse Vargas for 7 million."
Bro, it was gonna be
You
on
call
pay
that
per
a
view,
duck?
man.
Would
It
you
was gonna
call
be
that?
on
Ain't
pay
I
per
don't.
view.
Mikey
Like
Garcia
pay
pay
per
per
view,
view
you
with
get the
Danny
back end money,
Garcia?
man.
that would have been that would have made some money.
It was
That
gonna
probably
be
would have
on
made.
pay per view. Like it's
Yeah,
He
crazy,
really
man.
need to buy that?
but it might have hurt his shot to fight Manny Pacquiao, where he know he'll get way more money.
So he's gonna base his whole career off Manny Pacquiao.
No, he ain't basing his whole career. He based his whole
Well,
career
that's what he's
already.
doing.
Nah, but at least
I don't.
he's challenging himself for greatness. I mean, there's a WBO title out there in the welterweight division that ain't nobody asking for.
Bro, come on, man.
I'm just saying.
Hey, I don't think he was even going to make nowhere near 7 million, even on the back end money with pay per view, bro.
You know what
And
the
are we
funny
sure?
Money has a lot
Are
to
we
do
sure
with
he
it.
made 7 million?
No, wait a minute. Though, you just said that Mikey, you know, he called out Earl Spence and he got that fight. Why didn't he call out Bud Crawford?
Who?
Mikey and his brother said they don't
Bro,
want no parts
because
of Bud.
he doesn't do business with Top Rank, man. Like he's not gonna fight a Top Rank ever.
Oh, okay.
That's why he didn't fight Lomachenko. Robert Garcia wanted the Lomachenko fight, but the reason Mikey Garcia didn't fight Lomachenko was because of Top Arum, because of Bob Arum, and because of Lomachenko. He didn't want to fight Lomachenko.
Well, what about your up and coming 147 pounder, your main man? Why don't he want to
Bro,
fight him? He's ranked number
you're
3.
going from place to place, man. Like I don't
I'm
know
all,
what's the point you're trying to
no,
get to, man.
no, I'm talking about Bud Crawford. That's what I'm talking about. Why ain't your man trying to get in there?
Bro, I'm talking about Mikey
No,
Garcia.
he ranked number 3, and he was like, "Nah, I ain't ready." Nah, man, you know it's a process.
But I
I
see
gotta
what you're
get
trying
ready.
to do, bro.
Nah. But he
You
also
can't
called.
you
Wait a
can't
minute,
you
he
can't
also called out Earl too.
you
But he
can't
don't
break
want
my
none
Da
of Bud.
Vinci code, man. You can't
What
break my
the-
Da Vinci code.
There is no code. I just threw your code out the window, chopped it up, and just chucked it out the window, man. I threw it in the trash. It's going in the dumpster right now.
Bro,
Like
because I don't think because I'm trying to break this boxing game down to you, bro. Like the
well, you
simplest
ain't
way
breaking
I
nothing
can,
down to
man.
me, man. I'm just taking all
But
your points
I think you're
and
just
throwing them in the
confusing
trash
yourself, bro.
because that's where
I
you
think
found them in the
I
trash,
think you're
and then you
confusing
tried to bring
yourself,
them
bro.
here.
Like
I'm
I
not
watch
confusing
so
myself.
I
I'm
watch
confusing you.
I watch so many boxing channels, bro, that break down this boxing shit, bro, and I
Yeah.
get it all together, right?
I don't think you know
And
how to decipher the bullshit, though, El Jefe. You be soaking
and I
the
break it
bullshit
down,
in, bro.
man.
That's what it is. He soak up all the bullshit and miss
He
all the
does,
good
bro.
parts.
He soaks up all the bullshit from the channels because you can watch all the channels. I watch the channels too, but I'm like, nah, that's bullshit. Nah, no, that's bullshit. I don't soak that shit in and repeat that shit, El Jefe.
You know
Bro,
what?
come
You know
on.
what I like? You know what fighters I like? I like the fighters that are willing to test themselves and challenge
Like
themselves.
who, man?
Well,
And
guys,
don't tell me Bud, bro.
Bud Crawford, Mikey Garcia, both of those guys, they
But
tested
I
themselves.
understand, man. You're a Bud fan, so I understand the point you're coming from. So that's okay.
I'm also
There's a lot of man fans out here, man.
like you. You're a man
No,
fan.
I'm not a man fan.
You
I
are a
never
man.
said I was a man fan.
I don't care if you said it. I'm telling you, you are.
Bro,
You just
I already told you, bro.
You're delusional.
Like I like to break down this boxing, man.
You
Like
ain't
I'm not a
breaking
man fan,
No, you're trendsetter, right?
bro.
You're a trendsetter, right?
You're
Nah,
trolling with
man,
that.
Jalik was a trendsetter, and you say he was trendsetter. You know what I'm saying? You can't talk
Yeah,
shit with me, LFA.
that fool stole my line, man.
Oh, he's stealing your lines, right?
Yeah, bro.
And him left and right, huh?
No, but like let's break down this boxing talk, bro, because
All
I
right.
think you're
So,
getting to the point where you're trolling, man.
Mikey should fight next. Who you
I
think he
think
should fight
Mikey
next?
Danny Garcia,
You guys see it. So you think how you think that fight's gonna go?
bro. Like
Almost.
I don't know. I don't know. You saw where like Mikey came at Jesse Vargas, and Jesse Vargas caught him with a good ass left hook and hit him to the temple, and it shook Mikey for a bit. I think if Danny Garcia catches him with that fight, which I would favor Danny Garcia to beat Mikey, I think Danny Garcia sleeps him.
You know
But
what
it would
though?
be competitive.
Ain't no one sleeping Mikey, that's for sure, bro. That boy ain't sleeping Mikey. He might get him in 12 rounds, but he ain't sleeping Mikey, bro. Mikey ain't going to sleep, bro.
How many punches they're gonna throw in that fight? Both of them.
Yeah, it's gonna be very minimum punches because they're both gonna be countering. That's crazy. That's true.
Yeah. So who gonna initiate the action?
I think it should be Mikey since he's a shorter fighter.
Who gonna initiate the action? You know what I'm saying? But I think Danny. One thing I can say about Danny is though, when he does get in the ring, he's competitive in every fight he's in. And if he's not competitive, he's trying to be competitive. You know what I'm saying? And he's got skills. He's just a mid-range to short-range fighter. He ain't a long-range fighter. And if you got a jab and you got a long jab, you're gonna give him some issues. Hashtag Herrera. Hashtag, everybody. Shit. Even I thought the Ghost Guerrero beat him by 1 or 2 rounds. And I ain't the only one who thought. I watched that fight, man. I watched that fight like 3 times, and I said, damn, the Ghost beat him. Convincingly. And the more I watched it, because at first I'm like, man, he's touching Guerrero a lot, and I was like, I thought Danny, that was supposed to be a come out fight for Danny, and it wasn't. It went all against him, man. I thought he lost to Danny. I thought he lost to Herrera, and I also thought he lost to dude that Spence knocked out. You know what I'm talking about? Damn, I just forgot him. I forgot his name.
Lamont
Peterson. Yeah. I thought Lamont beat him too.
Danny's had a lot of close fights, man. A lot of close fights, bro.
He's not Danny. I love his style, man. He's got a exciting style. Like, he lands clean shots. I like snipers. So I
but OneTwoKid, bro. I thought you were a Danny fan, man.
What do you mean?
Weren't you a Danny Garcia fan?
When?
I don't know. I'm asking.
It's a good fight. I'm a fan of all the top welterweights. I think they're all fantastic fighters.
Oh, okay.
I think Spence. I think Danny. I think Thurman. I think the problem with Thurman is he's got 1 foot in the game and 1 foot out the game. That's his problem. He's
Thurman,
probably the most dynamic fighter out of all of them. It's just sad to see all that talent wasted. And and then of course Bud Crawford, because he's got the skills to pay the bills and he ain't afraid to call these guys out. And the only issue with it, then you got him and Sean Porter, and everyone giving Bud heat for that shit, but Sean Porter don't want that smoke either.
Bro, Sean Porter's a clown, man. Like, no respect for that.
He's a clown. He's a clown that damn near fought fucking Spence to a draw on the scorecards. On paper. Like, I thought
I wouldn't mind seeing Mikey Garcia go fight Bud, man. At this point, that's what Mikey Garcia is.
What has Bud done to deserve that fight, man? Like, let's be realistic.
Unified 140 champion. He's lineal 140 champion. What are you talking about?
What would he have done to deserve the Mikey Garcia fight?
Yeah, bro. Like, Bud's out here, like, basically begging for fights, man. Like, fuck that dude.
No, he's not begging for fights. He calling people out, and they
clout chasing off Spence's name, man.
How is he clout chasing off Spence if he has?
Because he's always calling them out, man.
5 titles in 3 different. 6 titles in 3 different weight classes.
Yeah, bro.
What are you talking about? And a unified 140 champ. He only moving up 1 weight class, and they like
beating the great Julius Ndongo, right?
Either way, El Jefe, he has the biggest name in the welterweight division right now, especially with your boy being on the shelf for 8 months already. He has the biggest name, bro. There's no doubt about that. He's the biggest name in that division.
Going life and death with Green Tomato, man. Come on,
and he still won.
Hey, going life and death
or number 2 well, number 1 or number 2 in the pound for pound list.
Hey, El
Hey,
Jefe, El
but soon
Jefe.
he's gonna learn. Bud's gonna learn
Hey,
soon.
Bud,
El Jefe, going life or death means going 12 rounds, bro. That fight went 5 rounds, bro. He didn't go life or death. Your boy went life or death with Sean Porter. Sean Porter fights like he's drowning.
Bro, but Sean Porter's a future Hall of Famer, man. He's a great fighter, bro. Like,
kind of like,
Oh,
kind
you
of,
just said
respect
he
on
was a
his name.
clown. You just said
No,
he was
he-
a clown 5 minutes ago.
exactly.
no, he's a clown because the way I don't know, bro. Something about him is like clownish. But like he's a good fighter, man. We can't take that away
Mhm.
because at the end of the day, Bud's ducking Sean Porter. Like, we're gonna keep it real.
You believe that?
I mean, you gotta show me proof for me to believe someone's ducking somebody. I need to see proof, man.
Bro, Kenny Porter said, "Send us a contract." Bob
Kenny
Arum called
said
me,
that.
man.
And what did Sean say while he was on
Bro,
the show? I don't want no. I don't want.
who's the dad? Who's
Who
the dad of Sean
Who
Porter?
cares if it's his dad? Who cares if it's? Don't nobody care. If he don't want to fight, that's telling you everything. He's literally on the phone with Bud talking about how he don't want to fight him, and then
Who's
Bud
all
said,
up in the videos?
all up in
Who's
the
all up in the videos?
who's
All up in the show?
who?
K Diddy, bro.
K Diddy. Did you just call him K
K
Diddy?
Diddy. K Diddy. Kenny Porter.
Or
K
Kenny
Diddy.
Porter mushing people around and shit.
Yeah, man.
Mushing
I
reporters.
respect that shit. I respect that shit.
And
I love him
I
for
think
that.
you should know, bro. K Diddy's his manager. K Diddy's Sean Porter's manager, bro.
K
So
Diddy. K Diddy. Oh man, El Jefe, man, you're something else, man. I enjoy having you. You're very entertaining.
Yeah,
you bring,
he is.
you bring so much entertainment. You know what I mean? You're like a speed bag. You know?
bro, I was gonna take nah, this full strolling. I was gonna take black and brown, bro. Like, don't be following these fake leaders out here, bro. Like, take what they say, man. Like, a grain of salt, man. Just that's all I gotta say, man.
No, there will be no hating on other channels on my
Because
channel.
there's a lot of fake leaders out here, bro.
No.
Leading the people straight to hell, man.
Let me tell you something. Hey, let me tell you. Hey, we're all our own leader, El Jefe. I'm 40 years old, man. I got common sense. I got my own 2 eyes. I don't need a leader. We all lead our own
yeah,
path.
because MK Ultra is real out here, bro. Like,
Listen,
that's
man.
some real shit, man.
Yo,
What's MK Ultra?
I'm gonna just say it straight out. I don't agree with everything Jalik say, but I respect him. So he gonna do his thing, and you know what I mean. Why don't you go ahead and get your channel, El
Bro,
Jefe? You know what I mean?
Because I'm everywhere. I'm nowhere, but I'm everywhere.
Man, I just love this shit, man. I love all you guys' channels, man. I support everybody's channels. This shit's entertaining to me. I love to talk boxing, so I'm just here for the boxing talk, fellas. That's the only reason I'm here, man.
Yeah. I hear you, man. And that's what.
Who else I'm gonna talk boxing with, man? My wife. I talk my wife's ear off. My wife's had enough of this shit, man. I need someone else to talk boxing with.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, shout out to the chat too. I want to hit everybody up in the chat. Yo, I'm probably gonna be doing some more editing. If y'all got any ideas or y'all want me to do anything specifically, give me a heads up, and I'll go ahead and do that. And whoever, you know, if more than one person wants something, you know what I mean, maybe I'll just go that route and I'll just do whether it's a highlight video or a new, investigative reports or something like that. I'll go back into doing that because I'm gonna be doing more lives, but I'll put some editing stuff aside for everybody, all my subscribers, if y'all ask for it. So in the playback or what have you, just drop whatever y'all want me to do, and I'll go ahead and do that. You know what I mean?
Hey, yeah, hey, shout out to your chat though, 1 2, man. OG Lisa and Tim, man, for sure, man. Shout out to Lisa and Tim in the chat.
Yeah. Black and Brown. When you started out, I was just like, oh yeah, hell yeah. When you hit me up, I was like, yeah, man, shit. And I was just like, yo, show this man some love.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. You did, man. You guys all been cool to me, man. You've been down there.
No, but like real talk,
take it easy on me.
like real talk, man. Like, how long have you been watching boxing, bro? Like,
Hey,
Um,
bro, let me tell you something. I'm glad you asked me that question. I'm glad to answer that shit. Hey, I'm 40, right? I've been
yeah.
watching boxing since I was 8 years old, bro. My mom had HBO and all that shit, bro. Mom had the black box.
Oh,
Bro,
okay, okay.
I watched Mike Tyson, Julio Cesar Chavez, bro. Hey, bro, I'm gonna give you a name I watched as a little kid. You know this name? You know this name, Corey Sanders?
Corey Sanders, the heavyweight.
Look him up, bro. Look up what he's famous for, bro. I watched that shit by myself when I was a little kid. I love this sport, bro. Now, there's been the years where I haven't been all the way dedicated to this sport. You know what I'm saying? But I was always on the outside looking in, always, bro. And I've always had a love for the sport. But but yeah, man, that's about it, bro. I've been watching boxing since I was 8. I might not have been a diehard my entire life, and I might not have the memory and the knowledge that you guys have. But shit, man, I'm here now, and my all my time is dedicated to this sport for the last 2.5 years, brother. I can, we can talk about whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not here to I told you this before, El Jefe. I'm not here to you know what I mean, see who got the bigger knowledge, you know what I'm saying? I'm not here for that, man. I'm here just to
Yeah.
talk boxing
No,
with
no,
you.
yeah. I'm just asking, bro. Just because I just want to hear like how people got into boxing. Because
No, I got
I
into
got
that
into
shit by my
boxing like
my dad put me on Julio Cesar Chavez when I was a little kid, and my mom had HBO, so we were watching Mike Tyson when I was like 8, 9. I was born in 1980, so I'm 40 now, so I was watching that shit when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know,
yeah,
I go
because I
back.
remember watching boxing, but it was never a big part of like it was
yo,
more of a
Hefe,
casual thing, like for big fights.
what was the first fight you seen that
Like the
you
first fight
enjoyed
I
and got
remember,
interested? Yeah.
the first fight that I remember, like black and brown said, bro. Like I always had boxing. Like if anything, my like parents and my family were like casual boxing fans, so they would only watch like the big fights. But like when I started to get like real into boxing, I would say like when Canelo came into the scene, Mayweather was on top already, Pacquiao was on top. So Margarito, I used to like to watch like the Margarito highlights and stuff like that, bro. But I would say like late, no, early 2000s and tens around that time.
Damn.
See, I was a huge Prince Nassim fan, right? So because Prince Nassim was on HBO, and if you guys remember, HBO was blowing Prince Nassim up, kind of the same way they did Triple G, right? So I was a huge Prince Nassim fan, and then I watched Barrera fucking damn near knock his head off, right? And then that opened me up to the Barrera era, which opened me up to the Eric Morales era, which opened me up to the Manny Pacquiao era. You know what I'm saying?
And to
So
be honest, it's better he got Barrera than Morales. He wanted the Morales fight, and Barrera gave him the heat. He said, "I'm fighting the worst of the two," and Barrera whipped on his ass. But the thing about Nassim Ahmed was he was very entertaining, and he brought a lot of people back to boxing.
yeah, he did. Yeah, he
And
did.
man, could he crack, and he had some skill too, and he was super talented.
Bro,
But
is it me or like this Martinez cat fights a little bit like Barrera, man? Because I was watching some Barrera fights and he fights like a little bit like him, the explosiveness, I'm saying, combinations.
oh, combinations, yeah, maybe, possibly. I think Barrera was a little more crispy.
Yeah, I agree. This
I think
Martinez kids need some
Barrera
bit
had
work.
better defense too. I think Barrera had better defense.
Mm-hmm.
This kid Martinez, I like him a lot, but man, I just see
Yeah,
a knockout waiting to happen,
because
bro.
you got even if you got good defense, you getting touched by Morales or you know what I mean, like, or you getting touched by damn, who was we just talking about?
Barrera,
Barrera and
Morales.
Morales, yeah. You getting touched by Morales because Morales could touch it even when he went up to 140 and and I mean he was in 147, or no, it was just 140. He was touching Garcia, and he was also putting hands and beat Manny Pacquiao. People forget that shit. And he was late in the game. And he flat out said it too. He was like, "Yeah, Manny Pacquiao tasted that poison.
Bro,
He tasted
Morales
it.
was a badass, man.
Yeah, he
Like
was.
even late in his career, he gave Maidana a hell of a fight, man.
Yeah, and Maidana. He busted Maidana up. Well, he was busted up, but he yeah, man, that dude was Morales was something special. And so
And it's
was
crazy because
Barrera.
we never got to see Marcus Morales, man. Like, I
But
wonder what that
we
fight would
did
have
get
been at.
Marquez Barrera.
Yeah, but I want to see Marcus. I never like. I like Marcus. I respect it, but I was never like a big Marcus dude.
I was always a Marquez fan. Marquez is one of the most man prior to even fighting Manny Pacquiao, or if you just erased every Manny Pacquiao fight that he had, all four of them, I'm telling you, man, he's one of the most underrated Mexican fighters that have been, man. Marquez is a fucking beast. That dude throws combinations where he'll lead with an uppercut, throw two hooks to the body, and finish with a jab. Like, who does that shit? Like, that dude is a monster, man. And he's a counter puncher. Like, his skill set and his timing, everything about that dude. I didn't give Manny Pacquiao. I thought Marquez beat him every fight. And y'all ain't got to agree with me. Just watch the fights again. Marquez is a phenomenal fighter, man. Phenomenal. The only time I seen him get whitewashed is when he moved up in weight to fight Floyd. And he was just getting accustomed to the weight prior to the PEDs, because I know he was on something. But we don't, we can't.
Hey,
It's just speculation.
A12, can I address Lisa in the chat? She said, I remember when the Klitschko brothers when they reigned. Hey, Lisa,
yeah.
do you remember Corey Sanders, Lisa?
Yeah,
do you remember do you remember the name Corey Sanders, what he did to did to the younger Klitschko?
Yep, until Vitaly put his hands on him.
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah, but also Sanders knocked Rockman. He knocked Rockman. He beat up on Rockman until Rockman cleaned him out. I think Rockman came back and beat him, but he knocked. I think he knocked Rockman. He was beating him up, and then he got up, and then he came back. But he had crazy skills. Like them South African white boys is nasty.
Yeah, he was nasty. He was nasty. I remember that shit. I was a little kid, man. I couldn't believe that happened that day. That was one of them. That was one of them the days that wasn't supposed to happen. It was a showcase for Vladimir. It was his showcase.
And dude was golfing, one of his coming and got the call, but he was golfing. And Corey Sanders came out and whitewashed him.
Yeah, because Corey Sanders, well, I thought, if I remember right, they did a whole little baby documentary on him. If I remember, he was a professional golfer also.
Yeah, but I think
or something like that.
Who was commentating? I think it might have been George Foreman. He was like, he said it too. He was like, "Oh, don't sleep on this guy." Like he said something like that or something similar to that. He was like, "This guy can fight," and he came in looking all out of shape, and everyone and Vlad had all the hype behind him, trying to set up that Lennox fight that never happened, but Vitaly ended up getting it, and to get off subject for a second, I was thinking about this earlier. Who do you think would win out of not Vlad, but Vitaly Klitschko and Tyson Fury? That's a good fight.
In their prime?
Yeah.
I gotta take Vitaly.
That's a good fight, though.
Great fight. But I think Vitaly in his prime, he was a monster, bro.
That's a good fight. I would love to watch. That's a fantasy fight. That should I'm gonna do it live, and we're gonna do fantasy matchups, and that's gonna be one of them.
I like that idea. I like that idea one too. I like that idea.
Yeah, because I did it before. Matter of fact, fuck it, we could do it now, man. Shit, we on here now, man. Fantasy matchups. Who y'all got? Tyson Fury or Vitaly Klitschko? The chat. We know what Black and Brown already said. Let's see what you got. B&B. Oh, and by the way, as an experiment, I made another channel, and it's a B&B channel too. It's called Bada Bing Boxing.
Oh, Bada bing.
Yeah, and he got a cigar too, but it's a bulldog. And you know what? One of my videos got over 1,000K views, just as an experiment, just to see. And I ain't got no content other than just my editing. And I think it was my OneTwoKid. I got like 200 some odd views on my on one of my videos. I think it's the Canelo video, my Canelo highlights. And,
Oh, that was a good little video. That was a good
you
video.
like that? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good video.
On Bada Bing, it's got like 1,500 views.
Damn.
Yep. So I mean, but that's just between me and the chat and you and the playback gang.
You have to go look it up.
Yeah, but it was an experiment just to see where things can be. You know what I'm saying? In other, it was just like, you know, I'm a little older, so I like to have fun with certain shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I made another channel, and I put the videos on there just to see. It says, I never liked the Klitschko's, kind of missed their era due to the personal struggles. Oh yeah, damn. Well, I'm sorry to hear this, but you didn't miss much. They just kind of dominated.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. One, two. That era, man. That's the era that kind of lost everybody right there, man. You know, Roy Jones kind of held it on his back for that moment.
Yep.
But it was hard for people to just stay, you know, in tune with boxing and the underground boxing, and it's just times are so different now.
Right, and that's the thing too. It was a transition also because we didn't have American heavyweight champion. Like when Lennox got it, people still was caught up in it. You know what I'm saying? But then when the Klitschko's got it, they're like, yeah. They're like, and then they was fighting in Germany and Russia all the time, mostly Germany, and people just weren't that interested in it. And I thought they were both fantastic fighters, especially Vitaly, but I think Vladimir had a better punch and was a reigning champ for a while. So I ain't knocking the man. He was a reigning champ for a while until Tyson Fury knocked him off. But, you know, I mean, when Mike was gone, most Americans at that point was rooting for Mike against Lennox, hoping that Mike was still Mike. And we got Mike at his age, worn and torn, life done got at him. They were around the same age, but, you know, Lennox was fresher, bigger, stronger at the time, and that's what we got. You know what I mean? We didn't get the old school Mike Tyson. We got, you know, we got still a talented Mike, just not. He didn't put combinations together.
He wasn't Iron Mike. He wasn't Iron Mike anymore.
Right. That's what it is. He wasn't Mighty Mike or Iron Mike.
He wasn't Iron Mike.
Because I mean, he could still take a shot because, and that's the thing that they was talking about, how Wilder said that he would be the prime Mike Tyson, and I'm like, yo, an old Mike Tyson, older, like I wouldn't necessarily call him old, but he wasn't the same fighter at that point. He was. How many shots did he take from fucking Lennox Lewis in that fight before Lennox Lewis got him out of there? And Lennox Lewis is known for one-punch knockout power. If Deontay Wilder punched Mike Tyson, I don't see the effect that everyone else sees. Like, I don't think he just cleaned Mike out. I think first he got to land it. Mike gonna get on the inside.
I see Mike slipping it. I see Mike closing the distance. I see him slipping it if he ever throws it from a distance. Bro. And I see he's going to slip it, and then he's going to slip it all night, and he's going to live on the inside, and he's going to tear him down on the inside.
Yo, Tyson Fury said, and you seen what Tyson Fury did to Wilder. Tyson Fury said, after watching tape and being named after Mike and all of that shit, he said, Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, and Lennox Lewis would have all beat me easy. That's what he said. So what's that tell you about today? You know, I'm not saying that these guys ain't talented, but when you got a guy who's ready to take himself out, coked out, blows up to 400 pounds, comes back and beats the champ, and now he's probably going to unify, and he's talented. Don't get me wrong. I don't see many people moving like that, man, at that weight and that size. So he definitely got a God gift, and so does Wilder with his right hand. I mean, these are all gifts and blessings from God himself. I'm just saying, if he's saying that, then what's that telling you? And he's coming back from that shit. What's that telling you? And I said that to my girl like 2-3 years ago. I said, if Tyson Fury decides to come back, he fucked the whole game up. And then you got guys like Andy Ruiz, but are these guys motivated enough to continue to reign? That's the whole thing. Are they motivated to reign? Like, is Tyson Fury, after he beat Klitschko, what'd he do? He just disappeared. He disappeared.
Hey, 1-2. You're bringing up a great point right now, 1-2. Because look, we can't just act like it ain't never happened, because it's happened before. He can fall off the wagon at any time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like, you don't know. And he's erratic as fuck. This dude's super erratic, man. Like, he's this and he's that. I mean, I would like to see him do better shit. I would like to see Wilder train and get on some other shit. But he's sounding delusional. Like, yo, your king ain't going nowhere. But yet he the same man making excuses. And if you making excuses and you ain't taking your loss, then how are you getting better? If you're in denial, how do you get better? You can't get better if you're in denial. You know what I'm saying? And we're all guilty of it at some point in our lives where we just don't want to see certain shit. But the fact of the matter is, you don't grow until you know what the problem is. Shit, you could go back to G.I. Joe back in fucking 1,000 years ago. No one's half the battle. Straight up. That's what it is. If you know what the fuck is going on in your life and you know you got an issue and you listen to the people around you that give a fuck about you, not all the yes people and all that shit, but people who really care and don't care if you get mad at them to make sure that you're okay, well, then that's the person you need around you 24/7. Because that's going to be the person that keeps your feet on the ground. And as long as your feet is on the ground, you're you. And can't nobody do you like you. And that's my little jewel that I'm dropping tonight. And
can't no one do you like you.
That's right.
I like that.
Yeah, can't nobody be. Yeah, but that's a fact.
Hey, 1-2. Man, I don't think I've ever seen someone lose and so much drama and excuses and this and that surrounding the loss.
Are they his excuses or everybody else's?
Not only his, but I think everybody just so much drama and uproar over this dude losing. And it's like, when are we going to just be like, hey, pick your shit up, get back in the ring, get your belts back? Right. When are we going to stop with the excuses and feeding into them and making up? It's just crazy with the glove theory they got, with the gloves falling off. That shit don't make no sense.
But that's Wilder's problem.
I watched some shit where they try to say he was wearing the gloves hanging off of his hands. I'm like, hey, don't you know if he connects one of his jabs that he'll break his fucking wrist? If them gloves are on his hands like that, like, what are you talking about, man? That shit don't make no sense.
Well, like, that for instance, I'll get back to the first point that you was bringing up. I don't think that Deontay Wilder lacks confidence or passion to succeed in any way, shape, or form. I think those are things he doesn't lack. You don't hear about him cutting up outside of the ring. I give him props for that. But my problem with it is I think it's a mixture of both. The yes men and the fans around him and his confidence, where his confidence is becoming false confidence, where he needs to work on what he need to work on, get right. This is his game. I don't care if you're a lawyer, a banker, whatever you do. I don't care if you drive a bus, a truck, whatever you do, you as you do it, you get better at it. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say, "Oh, I'm always gonna go this route," or "I'm always gonna use this excuse in the courtroom," or "I'm always gonna do this," because someone's gonna be like on some A game shit where they're their self all the time, and they got good support, and they don't need everyone around them to like them to do what they do. And he ain't doing that. He's not trying to better himself. He's just caught up in his own hype. I don't think he lacks confidence, but I think he's a bit delusional. And I think if he just focused, he could do. I would be pulling out every bag of tricks that I could. I'd have that man running. First thing, if he wasn't in the gym, training, sparring, working on his jab and his left hand, his check hook, his left hand. He seemed to be throwing some body shots. He seemed to be using his left hand in that fight. I got to give it to him. Even Tyson Fury gave him props and was like, "Yo, he had this double jab, and I couldn't really see it, and I was impressed with it. It was a new thing that he was doing."
Did you say the left hook? Did you say the left hook?
Check hook, yeah.
That's the punch I like, and I think he needs to really add because he can land that punch, and he has the movements and the body shape to where that punch can help him out. He can really use that punch, the left hook, the check hook.
But the thing is if he put an extra weight on the top of his body and his legs ain't strong or conditioned, he's gonna fatigue like he did. And that's exactly what happened. And also, to add to that, Fury rushed him and put pressure on him, and he couldn't handle the pace. He couldn't handle being on his back foot where I think Smoke said this, and it's true. I'm gonna give Smoke this props for this too. Get this Smoke. He said he can't transition from defense to offense. He either shells up or he's throwing punches. And if he's on his back foot, he ain't doing nothing. That's a lot to learn in 6 months.
That's when that check hook would come. That's when that check hook will come into play, though. Two, because you can throw that check hook and then fall up out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I love that for him. I love the check hook, but he don't use it.
I would have him come in southpaw. I'd have him have his power hand forward, and if I was his coach, I'd have him come in southpaw, have his power hand in front to land it, because he was landing the jab to the body and he was landing the jab to the head. He only landed about 2 right hands. From the right-handed stance. But I would have him do that, and then I would have him like literally hook with the left, not because it works, but it works with guys who are accustomed to people fighting at elite levels. Because like you take a guy like Maidana. When he's throwing them overhand rights and them overhand lefts, and he's sticking a straight jab and then he's pulling back, all that shit mixed up. It's all unorthodox. It gave a guy like Floyd who wants you to throw that sharp right hand, throw that sharp, crisp left hook. This dude was just like, coming in wilding, and he was like, damn, like he had issues with it. You know what I'm saying? It threw him off because he's accustomed to guys being crispy at that level. You know what I'm saying? And this dude got heavy hands, and he just coming in awkward as all fuck. How you handle that? How do you handle that? Because now you got to reassess and take yourself back when you're so advanced. But that's what made Floyd great, is he can adapt. Can these guys adapt? That's what greatness is about, is adapting, learning on the fly, and dealing with adversity. And if you can't do these things, and I said this before on Black's channel, and I said it before on other people's channel, when you got guys like Bivol who win a fight convincingly, and they say, I give myself a B- or a C+, man, I got to go back to the gym and work on it. That's what you want to hear from a champion that's working on being great. You don't want to hear, oh, it was this while I lost. It was this while I was lost. It was this while I lost. But I ain't making no excuses. That ain't it's telling you everything you need to hear, man. You know this man ain't gonna improve, but he still got plenty of time to try to figure that shit out. He still got plenty of time. And I don't know. I don't want to be too much on Wilder because we got, hopefully he gets his shit together and we could get some really competitive fights. I want to see these guys compete and get better. And that's why I give AJ props because he made the right adaptations. He made the right adjustments to make the fight happen, man. Yeah, and he pulled off the win. Even though dude came out of shape, that ain't his fault. He did all the right things. Ruiz did all the wrong things. So whose fault is it? You can debate and just say, oh, well, Ruiz didn't train for that fight. But this man did. So you can't take credit from him. And he walked away back with his titles. He got his titles back.
Oh, you only give credit to the champion. You only give credit to the winner. You can't take none from the winner in that fight. You know what I mean? If that's part of the reason why Andy Ruiz lost, it don't matter. He fucking lost. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
right.
And just like right now, whatever the reason is, Deontay Wilder lost that fight. That's the reason. But at the end of the day, you only give credit to the new champion, to the winner. So all credit to Tyson Fury. Whatever the reason is for Deontay Wilder, that's the reason. But still, he still lost. So all credit to the champions.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. But some of these guys holding on to championships and got bad decisions. I mean, that happens a lot too in boxing, unfortunately. And I give heat for that. If I see a guy put in work, even if I like a guy, if I like a fighter, the way he moves or whatever, like I was a crazy Paul Williams fan. I never missed a Paul Williams fight. When he fought Laura, I'm like, yo, this dude beating his ass.
Hey, who'd you say one to?
Paul Williams. I was like,
Paul Williams. Okay, yeah.
Lara beat his ass like every fucking round, and I'm like, how did they give this shit to Paul Williams? I didn't give Paul Williams one fucking round, maybe a swing round, maybe 2 swing rounds because I was biased. But I ain't as biased enough to know that someone getting their ass whooped the entire fight. And he did. He lost that fight, hands down. And then they gave it to him. And I was a Paul Williams fan. I like the way he carried himself. I like the way he called people out. And they literally pushed that man from 147 to 154 to 160. And they did the exact same thing to fucking and I bring this shit up all the time. They did the exact same thing to Martinez from 147 to 154 to 160. Why did they put these guys in there? Because they would have fucking wreaked havoc on every other fighter in from 154 to 147. So they pushed these guys up to 160, trying to get them in there with Kelly Pavlik, and Kelly Pavlik literally ducked Paul Williams 3 times, and then wound up after Paul Williams beat Sergio Martinez in the first fight. Gave it to Sergio Martinez. And this is why I like Paul Williams, and this is why I don't like certain shit in boxing. On top of that, Margarito, right, had the championship. Remember? When Margarito had the championship, Paul Williams went in there, beat him, and I'm going to say the motherfucker had loaded gloves, and Paul Williams still beat him, and that's why Paul Williams lost a lot of his movement. It could be an excuse. I could be overthinking this shit, and I could be wrong because I'm biased. I could be wrong. But here's what I'm saying. He beat him for the title, and who did Margarito fight next? After Paul Williams took his title. Who avoided Paul Williams and fought Margarito?
Who was it?
Miguel Cotto.
Oh, okay. That's who I was. And then that's when he got busted for the gloves, right?
Then he got busted for the gloves.
Then he got busted.
No, he got busted. Exactly. He got busted against Mosley. But he beat Cotto, and they were like, "What's going on? Why did Cotto lose?" But Paul Williams beat him, took his title, and Cotto didn't try to go after the title. He fought Margarito instead. So what's that tell you? And Mayweather wasn't talking about Paul Williams. Whenever anyone brought up Paul Williams, to fucking Mayweather. You go, well, this guy fought this guy beat this guy. I don't know who that guy. It's like, come on, man, y'all were both under Al Heyman. What happened there? When Paul Williams and Margarito, at that moment, everybody was ducking them. Everybody. And Paul Williams was like, I'm going to beat his ass. Paul Williams literally beat Margarito's ass prior to that in the sparring match, and they kicked him out. They kicked him out the fucking camp. And Paul Williams said, I'll beat Margarito, and he went in there and beat him. But he got no props. And then he got pushed to 160. Oh, he's too big for this division. It's like, is he too big? Because he looks skinny even at 160. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was making 147. I ain't never seen him miss weight, ever. So he was making 147 easy. He didn't use his height right, but he did against Margarito, but then he just stopped using his height. He just stopped using his height and his head movement. Like, I don't know why this dude used to duck punches from guys that were like 5'8". He would duck underneath their punches. And I'm like, why are you ducking? You ain't even got to be there. But that's how he fought. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was that athletic. And he would throw like 100 punches around for 12 rounds straight. And he had pop. And he was a southpaw. And he was 6'2". Some say he was 6'3". With an 81-inch reach, his reach was as long as Klitschko's. 81-inch reach. Or 82 or something like that. You take a guy like Mayweather whose reach was what? 72? And that's considered long in the welterweight division. 82. That's a 10-inch reach advantage. And throws 100 punches. How do you counter that at welterweight? Think about it. That's why motherfuckers didn't fight him. Shit. How do you counter that shit? That's why I was like, nah, that shit ain't gonna happen. We gonna push this motherfucker up to 160. Yep.
Hey, 1-2, what'd you think of Joseph Parker tonight?
I didn't catch the fight. You schooled me.
Oh, you didn't? So you didn't watch none of the fights?
No, I didn't watch that. I was we'll just say I was into something. Go ahead, shoot though.
Oh shit, Joseph Parker, he looked good, man. He looked good. He's getting older. You could tell he's getting older, but he still looked good. He came in great shape. The dude he fought, man, would put up a really nice performance, like really nice fight. Wouldn't go down easy. So I think it went 8-9 rounds, maybe. Joseph Parker finally stopped him, I think, in the 8th or 9th round. But it was nice, man. It was good. It's always good to see a heavyweight, a top 10 heavyweight, in action.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but you know what about Joseph Parker? I think Joseph Parker is a great fighter. I think he could box. I think he got good hand speed, decent pop, and he's got good foot movement for a heavyweight. I just feel like he coasts too much. Like he don't test himself.
Especially against AJ, he definitely coasted through that fight.
Yeah, he coasted and got the payday, and then got the fuck up out of there. And that's a little difficult to respect, especially if you're coming. You know what I mean? Those guys from his area are known for their heart, and he just I don't know, man. You take a guy like Chris Bird, for instance, and you look at that guy and what he did in the heavyweight division, and this guy, similar talents, just I think more skilled, but had less pop and was a lot smaller than Parker. And look where he got, and look where he went. I mean, this guy was IBF champion. This guy, he's basically a blown up super middleweight, and he was a champion, and he fought both the Klitschko's. He fought. He beat Vitaly. He lost to Vlad twice because Don King was trying to get rid of him, and he also he fought Evander Holyfield. He fought Ika Beabuche. He beat David Tua. Like, you take a guy like that, and how can people not remember a guy like that? A dude who beat David Tua, you know what I'm saying, who was a 168 pounder, a Samoan Mike Tyson, you know what I'm saying, that was bigger. I wouldn't say he had the movement like Mike or as many combinations as Mike, but he hit hella hard, and I mean, shit, man, I don't know.
I like Tua. I was a Tua fan.
Yeah. Yep. But how does a guy like Chris Bird beat David Tua? He boxed him.
Yeah.
It was an easy fight for him too. Tua couldn't touch him the whole fight. He was putting combinations on Tua. It was a hell of a clinic, man. You know what I'm saying? To watch that dude fight southpaw, you know what I'm saying? He was like a Pernell Whitaker in the heavyweight division, and he was like a Pernell Whitaker in the middleweight division. That's what he was. He can get clipped, but the chances you clipping him is few and far in between until his speed started going away, and then the end of his career was awful. He tried to go back down to 175, and it was just it was so bad, man. It was just so bad. But I met the dude, and the dude was cool as shit. Cool as fuck. Said, I'm in love with a stripper. Remy, nah, don't do that. Don't be in love with a stripper. Nah. I mean, if you in love with a woman before she become a stripper, y'all making money and you on some hustling shit, that's one thing. But don't fall in love with them at the joint.
Remy, how old is she?
I think he just singing the song in the chat. Shit, I'll tell you what. I was 15, and I learned the game, the stripper game back then, because we was dating a couple strippers. We was younger, and they would sneak us in through the back and shit. And we'd just be hanging out, and they'd be giving us drinks and shit, and nobody say shit. And that I got hip to the game and shit, like, real quick. So by the time I was 21, motherfuckers were like, yo, we're gonna hit the strip club. I'm like, all right, I'll be in there and just be sitting there and shit. You know what I mean? I ain't really buy into the bullshit. Like, it wasn't nothing to me. I was just like, I see what they doing. They just hitting y'all in the head. And you know what I'm saying? For the most part, like, I know what the game was. You know what I'm saying? The girls would tell us everything. But yeah, man. But I mean, everybody gotta make money somehow. And that's one of the, and if they was doing anything extra, that's one of the oldest fucking jobs in the book. One of the oldest games in the book, man. Strippers and hookers and shit like that. Red light district. Bottom bitch.
1-2. We got what we got next weekend. 1-2. We got what's his name? Damn, I forgot his name. The heavyweights fight next weekend. Kawanauki or something.
Oh yeah. Yo, he's not a bad fighter, man. Everyone writing him off, the Polish kid. But you know who I'd like to see him fight? He kind of got fast hands. They not as fast as Ruiz, but he's a little bigger, like height wise than Ruiz. I think he's a little bigger than Ruiz. I think that'd be a fun fight to watch. I like to see them boys go at it. I think Ruiz would sleep him in the end, but there's a lot of fights that I got in my mind how I think things are gonna go. Like Caleb Plant. I think Caleb Plant and Benavidez, if they ever do decide to unify, instead of milking the shit till they 35. I think if they fought, man, like right now, I think Caleb Plant would put a whooping on him for 6 to 8 rounds, and I think fucking Benavidez would just shock and awe him in the late rounds and get him out of there.
Well, you know why I like that that fight is because I think Benavidez is going to put so much pressure on Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant's going to have to showcase everything he got, and he's going to have to bring everything he got to win that fight. That's why I like that fight so much, is because Benavidez is going to push Caleb Plant to his limit, and then we're going to see who wins. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think we've really seen Caleb Plant all the way pushed to his limit. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't think we did either, and I don't think he's trying to. And that's one of the reasons why I got him losing, and that's one of the reasons why I got him losing to Canelo, and that because he's not willing to press himself. You know what I mean? He's not willing to, like, he'll fight 12 rounds with a guy and not get him out of there for no reason whatsoever. Like, it's like, okay, you getting that work in and all that, but, you know, you ain't getting paid for overtime. Why don't you get this motherfucker out of here? You know, I think he's smart. I think the other kid, I think Callum Smith will also give him problems. Yo, I think he got crazy skills. Like the way he turns his jab over to a hook and then turns his jab to an uppercut, and how he transitions his jab, like, and he throws his combinations, and he'll throw like 3 left hands, then throw the right hand.
You're talking about Plant, right?
Yeah.
You talking about Plant?
Yep. And then I like the way his footwork is. But what I do notice is he takes rounds off. And you can say that about Canelo too, where he will take rounds off. But the thing is he's on a different level than Plant. Like, he's fighting way better guys than Plant, and he's taking rounds off, and he knows, you know, it's just kind of levels to this shit. And I think Plant's good, but I don't think Plant's testing himself.
Yeah,
and when
you're
you
right.
don't challenge yourself, and you that talented, it's a recipe for disaster. You know, playing it safe too much is not a good thing.
Yeah, you had that comment the other day. You said they marinated Wilder too long. You hit it right on the head when you said that.
They did. They marinated it, and it almost fucked it up when AJ lost. Now, you know, what is Wilder was talking about? What was he talking about? 60-40 for him, and he had 1 title. So now he has no titles. He has nothing to bring to the table unless he beats Tyson Fury, which I don't see happening, but it's possible. I mean, anything's possible in boxing. I've been shocked by, lesser opposition fighting other people. But, I mean, the way he dominated them was bad. And I think he needs to take a year off. And then for greatness, like, he can catch the guy that unifies. And, you know, I mean, I think his chances are better if he takes his time.
You're talking about Wilder, right?
Yeah. If he takes his time, I
agree with you.
Better.
I agree with you. He needs to take on. He needs to take on. You know, he needs to just, if he can. I'm not saying he can. I'm saying he should maybe go get a Joseph Parker, go get a Dillian White. Like you said, wait till the smoke clears. See who comes out of the Fury AJ fight, and then just give another shot. See if we can have one more shot left in the tank.
You know what though? Between you and I don't think Joseph Parker and Dillian White is a good matchup for him. Dillian White going to pressure him, but Dillian White open for the right hand. He keeps his left hand so low.
Hey, you know what? You know what? 1-2. This now that he's lost a match, I just want to see him fight everybody at this point. You know what I'm saying? Now that the O is done being protected, I want to see him fight Joseph Parker. I want to see him fight Andy Ruiz. I want to see him fight Dillian White. I want to see him fight everybody.
I'm going to put it like this. If Andy Ruiz has got a chin, and I'm not saying that Deontay Wilder don't hit harder than Anthony Joshua, but I don't think he hits much harder than Anthony Joshua. And Anthony Joshua put a 3-punch hard 3-punch combination on fucking, Ruiz and put him. I mean, it looked devastating the way he went down, and he just got right up and put put AJ on his ass.
And not only he got right up, when he got up, AJ hit him with the nicest 1-2 that was the punch of the night, and he didn't go down from that punch. Right when he got up from that uppercut, AJ hit him with a 1-2, clean flush on the jaw.
And we just realized in his last fight, he don't like pressure. So if that guy gets up, and we also seen it in the first fight with Tyson Fury, when he dropped him in the second time and he got up, you seen the look on his face. He was like, oh shit. And then he ain't have nothing left. Like,
hey, 1-2. I think a second ago we were talking about Caleb Plant, and we got the chat going on Plant and Benavidez. I think we should stay on that topic right there. I think they like it.
Well, I'll tell you about Plant and Benavidez. This is everybody in the chat already know how.
Redcliffe said people fall in love with Benavidez's hand speed, but his feet are hella slow. Darrell was beating Benavidez off the back foot.
Oh yeah,
before he got cut. Plant would spin. He says Plant would spin circles around Benavidez.
Okay, well, that's fine and dandy. But what happened with the pressure? And have we seen Plant pressure like that? And he knew that Anthony Darrell had old legs, so he knew walking into that fight that he was gonna, after a certain amount of rounds, he was gonna wear down, and he did. And Anthony Darrell is known as he's like a boxer puncher. So, but he's getting up in age, so he just continued to walk him down and let the pressure get to him. And we know for a fact Plant is a bit better boxer, is a better boxer than Anthony Darrell, but Plant takes rounds off. And like me and Black and Brown said, how is he going to handle that pressure? And is that going to wear him down to where he's taking more than a couple moments off in each round, or taking a round off, or he's taking 2-3 rounds off because he's exhausted? You know what I mean? So
yeah, and then Remy 22 said now Plant is a pillow fisted fighter. Let me see. I don't think Plant is a pillow fisted fighter, but I just want to see him pressured, and I want to see him in there with some real talent, and I want to see him push to his limits to where he's not being able to bounce around and be pretty all night. I don't want to see him in a showcase no more. I think he's 27, and I'm ready to see him in there, in a dogfight.
Exactly.
No more showcases.
And that exactly. And that's the only issue, because I like Bruce Vane. That's the only issue I had with Bruce Vane said when he was comparing Caleb Plant to Ryan Garcia. So they're both 20-0. Why ain't this man getting heat? And I'm like, Ryan Garcia is younger than him, and he's stepping up. And where's Ryan going to be when he's his age? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like Bruce too, man. But that video, I know the video you're talking about. That video left me kind of confused because they're on totally different different paths, and the age gap is just totally different.
And not only that, what has Ryan Garcia done in the 4 years he's been fighting? That this guy's been fighting what, 7 years? In that amount of time, in 3 years from now, where's Ryan Garcia going to be to where Caleb Plant is? I'm just saying. Yeah,
because Ryan Garcia's already grown out of his showcases. Ryan Garcia's showcases days are long gone. He's not going to have no more showcases. Ryan Garcia's big fights from here on out, and they're only going to get bigger for him.
And I can't wait to see him fight Linares. Why can't I wait to see him fight Linares? Because he was setting. This is going to tell me everything I need to know about Ryan Garcia. Number one, he can easily make 147. easy, and
Who,
he's
Ryan
only
Garcia?
good. Yeah, he could
Oh,
easily. Yes,
soon, yeah.
but I'm saying he got the frame. All that man got to do is eat. Number one. Number two, I want to see how he handles Linares, because Linares, he ain't gonna be able to stand there with Linares and let, like he was letting that dude try to swing on him, and where he check left hooked him over his right hand. Linares' right hand gonna land, and it's gonna land like lightning, and it's gonna have some fire behind it. I want to see how Ryan Garcia reacts. The same way I want to see Caleb Plant pressured to where he got a talented person in front of him. You know what I mean? And see what comes out of him. Because I can sit here and predict till I'm blue in the face, but this is boxing. Let's see how they deal with adversity. And some people you ain't gonna see deal with adversity because they're that good. And if he doesn't deal with adversity, either one of these guys, then God bless them for being that talented. They don't. But I want to see them deal with adversity because eventually they're gonna have to. And
when you say deal with adversity, you basically mean how well do they take punches?
nah, basically, how well do they fight under pressure?
Okay.
When a guy touches you,
Yeah.
and even if he ain't hurting you, you ain't accustomed to being hit. It's not accustomed to you. How do you react in that situation? It's a new thing, not a new thing in the gym, because you're gonna get tagged in the gym, but under the lights with the crowd screaming at you, under the lights with everybody behind you, the hype behind you. You know what I'm saying? Do you fold under that pressure, or do you keep your composure, kind of like Mikey did tonight? Because he was getting whitewashed the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, he was.
And then, but he was it didn't, the pressure didn't affect him because there's levels to this shit. The pressure didn't affect him to where he was like, okay, now this dude got confident, and then just kind of closed the distance 2 or 3 inches, and that's all Mikey needed. Oh, now you want to try to land that big right hand that you rocked fucking Bradley with. Boom, boom. You just start putting hands on him, and that's why I do give Spence props for that fight. But it's not what people are giving him props for by beating Mikey. It's the fact the way he beat Mikey. And it was like, oh, I just showed that I felt I wanted to showcase. He wanted to showcase he could box. No, he didn't want to showcase that he could box. He had to box. He got touched 2 or 3 times in the first couple of rounds and was like, okay, no sense in standing here. This dude punched like a welterweight, a good punch in welterweight. So why am I going to sit here and trade with this dude, roll the dice with my career, when I could just keep box this dude and then pick my spots to lay into him? And that's what he did. You know what I mean? He didn't have that opportunity with a guy. And then you go, well, then why did he sit there and trade with Porter? He didn't have a choice but to trade with Porter because Porter could close that distance easy. He's athletic. He's got athleticism where he could close the distance, duck in, and just start hooking off on you from all different angles. So he had to fight that fight with him. I don't want to hear, oh, yeah, he sat there and traded with him, you know what I mean, with the bigger, stronger guy. And then with Mikey, he just wanted to work on his game. He was like, nah. He didn't want to work on his game. He said, why should I work on my game with this guy? And then I know what I seen, but everyone can deal with the false narratives. But I give Spence props for what he did, because in both fights, even though I felt like I felt Porter edged him, but it could have easily, like it didn't go Porter's way. That's fine. And if people think that Spence won that fight, that's cool too, because it was a close ass fight. And Spence still showed in moments that he can make things happen. I mean, so I don't hate on Spence in that manner. I hate on Spence how he moves outside of the ring. Not what he do in the ring. You know what I'm saying? I think he's a phenomenal fighter in the ring. And to even compete under the lights like that, man, that shit takes a lot. And there's levels to it. I mean, motherfuckers could sit here and talk about, oh, I was an amateur. Oh, I went pro for this amount of time, or I did this. But to get to that level means you're the elite of the elite of the elite of the elite. You know what I'm saying? So to get to that level, it's not easy. And then you take a guy like Wilder, for instance. And that, yeah, I'm giving Wilder heat. Yeah, I give Spence heat. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a critic. But we all just said that, and even fighters are saying that this guy ain't got basics. So how talented is Wilder to make it that far in boxing and be a reigning champion for 5 years without basics? Just a thought. Just something to ponder, y'all.
Nah. It's not even as much you have to ponder one too. You definitely got to give him credit and respect for what he did, for as long as he did it and who he is. But us being, true boxing fans and people that love the shit and debate the shit and talk about it, we still have to be honest about shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And the facts are is that his resume is not too strong, and you can kind of tell what his career is. You know what I'm saying? They babied him through his career, and they pick and choose who to put him in the ring with. So we can't just ignore that. But at the same time, we got to respect what he's accomplished. You know what I'm saying? But we don't got to ignore the facts.
Right. And that's a fact. And I give him heat, but I'm gonna give him props for what he did do. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way it is, man. I'm not gonna sit here and be completely biased about everything. But I love the sport. I got nothing but love for the sport. I competed in the sport. I think it's an amazing sport. I think it's a warrior sport. I think it's, back to like the foundation of what human beings do. You know what I mean? Creme de la creme. We all got it in us. You know what I mean? Even women. You know what I mean? Where it's like, the alpha, but when guys start making excuses, and guys don't want to fight the best, then I think they should get out of the sport. And I don't care if it's the promoter doing it, because that's why you're in the sport. And it's like, okay, well, you made it to this part. Now you don't have to fight any tough fighters. It's like, you made it to the peak. Why ain't you fighting the best? Like, you're at your peak right now. Don't you want to say, oh, well, all these guys got titles. There's 4 titles in the division, which didn't always, how the titles grew, because there used to be just 1 champion. Then there was 2 champions, and there was 3 champions, and these sanctioning bodies all got their hands in the game. But there's a lot of middlemen in the boxing game. But what I want to know is, who's the king of the hill? And these guys are competitors. Why don't they want to know who's the king of the hill? I'm the king of the hill. And when you get to that level, you should be like, yeah, that dude can't fuck with me. Oh, you think you can fuck with me? Oh, watch this shit. Watch how wrong you're going to be. And then they go, well, what's this guy going to do? Or, well, he needs to do this, and he needs to do that. And what if this guy comes in and does this? And it's like, I ain't worried about what this motherfucker going to do. He going to be worried about what I'm going to do. That's the mentality of an alpha. You know what I'm saying? I ain't worried about what he going to do. I'm going to let that man worry about me. When you get to that point, that's how you're supposed to be. If you're not that way, and you've been on the shelf and you've been getting light touches 24/7, or just been sitting back and fighting every year or whatever, what you're going to get is an ass whooping. That's what you're going to get. You know why? Because you ain't sharp, and he is, because he stayed on point. You're dusty. Oh, well, I was rusty and I was this, and it's like, damn. Nah, you go, damn. That's what you say to yourself. You don't tell everybody else you was rusty. You just like, damn. Well, now I'm gonna go back to the drawing board. The better man won tonight, and then you just steal the show in the future. You know what I mean? That's just the mentality of these warriors that I grew up watching. the first fight that I watched, the first fight that I really watched and it captivated my complete attention was watching Sugar Ray Leonard fight. And I was like, I remember I was grabbing beers for grown folks and shit. It was watching the fight. It wasn't even my crib. I was just hanging out and shit, passing by, and they was like, "Oh, you want to watch the fight?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Whatever," just hanging out with grown folks. You know what I mean? At the time, I was a kid, and I'm grabbing beers, but I'm trying to catch the fight, and I'm like watching Sugar Ray, and he captivated me, and I'm like, "Damn, that's what I want to do." You know what I mean?
I can see that. I can see that because Sugar Ray, that's how Sugar Ray was, man. Exactly words you use, captivating.
Yeah,
That's
captivating.
why I see. That's why I see Devin Haney. I see so much Sugar Ray and Devin Haney, man.
You know who the most like? I think I already told you this. I think the most talented out of the young guys though is Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah, you
That
did tell me
dude
that,
is
and I like Shakur a lot too, man.
done.
I was mad a few months back. He fought in Reno, and I had no idea he was fighting in Reno. And then I'm turned the fight on, and it's in Reno, and I'm so close to Reno. I'm only like an hour and 45 minutes away from Reno.
Yo, this dude sparred Devin Haney. He sparred Lomachenko. He sparred with all these guys. And I know sparring ain't under the lights, but this dude is learning. He's downloading, and you can see it in him. You know what I mean? This dude's a competitor. He's somewhat cocky. You know what I'm saying? But that's what you have to be to a certain point. Not arrogant. You know what I mean? But it's okay to be what your man used to say. Your man Nassim Ahmed. And they were like, "Oh, you're arrogant." He was like, "Nah, I like to call it super confidence." You know what I mean? I like to call it. I don't call it arrogance. I call it super confidence.
I
You know what I
like the
mean?
way Shakur moves in the ring. I like his style. I like his footwork in the ring. I like
He,
he
he,
prowls almost like a cat,
yeah,
like a
exactly.
big cat, he's prowling in the ring. He's prowling you down. I like that about Shakur Stevenson a
You
lot,
know,
man.
that's what I'm talking about. When you see him in there, what you see pure talent and skill. And when they come together, it looks easy. It looks like water. You know what I'm saying? Like water flowing. Like he don't have to force anything. It just comes to him. But he's hungry. So that even makes it better. And that's the type of mentality that you need to be the best at what you do, no matter what you do. You know what I mean? If you got skills and you're talented and you're constantly working at getting better, you make everything look easy. You know what I mean? Like, damn, that's hard work. Nah, man. That's easy work. It's like, nah, man, I make it look easy. It's easy to me at this moment, but you need that hunger in you, and you need the right people around you to keep you hungry. Because if you ain't hungry, and this goes for anything in life, if you ain't hungry, you become stagnant. Idle hands is the devil's workshop. So you need to be all the way. Take your time. Take your time don't mean do it slow. Take your time means take your time and don't let no one take your time. Don't let no one take your time. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean?
Hey, Shakur fights. I think Shakur fights in 2 weekends, if I'm not mistaken. He fights whatever is the second weekend. I think the 16th, the second or third weekend in March. Shakur fights.
Thanks for filling me in on that. And yo, man, I enjoy what you're doing on your channel too, man. I like the fact that you're sitting there interviewing and stuff. And, that's what it is, man. You out there doing your thing. Like my man IOTBA.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I got a lot of respect for
Yo,
IOTBA.
but you know what, though?
That shit, the interviews, they almost just fall into your hands, bro, because you can get so close to these boxers when you go to the weigh-ins and some of these events that the boxers are just there and they want to talk to you. They don't mind talking to you. So the interviews basically fell in my lap, man. So that's not really what I went there for, but it was so easy, and they were open and pushing the interviews that it was like, oh shit, well, all right, let's get this on camera then.
Well, not, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like I sat there, I had like 15-minute conversations with boxers, but I ain't record anything. You know what I mean? The reason I didn't was because I respected what they was doing. You know what I mean? I respected them, and I wanted to give them space, and I wasn't in that state of mind. I was there to have a good time, watch boxing, and I was just more of a fan as a reporter. And my
Hey,
girl would
man,
say
one, two.
things like, "Yo, well,
Man, one, two.
congratulations."
You are hitting it on the head. One, two. I was almost like me trying to get these interviews and trying to get footage or whatever is taken away from me just having fun and being a fan. Because first, I'm just a fan first. You know, I really don't care about these interviews and this YouTube and this channel. I'm enjoying myself so much. I just want to take pictures with them and shake their hands. You know, like I got pictures with Eddie Reynoso and a few of the fighters. So, yeah, I know what you're saying, man. I just want to be a fan and enjoy my time. The interview shit and the YouTube shit, that shit comes second. But it was just so easy, man, that I just said, man, all right, turn the camera on.
Yo, man, do what you gotta do. You know how many times it took me to get that picture right there? Like 13 times. Yo, my man was, he was so cool. That was 3 months before he passed away. Sweet Pea Whitaker. You know what I'm saying? He was at the fight. I think he was at the Bivol fight. And I was the only one who seen him. Nobody even knew who he was. And I was like, I didn't say, yo, Sweet Pea Whitaker, yo, what up, man? You know, fuck that. I ain't gonna blow his spot up. I was like, hey, Pernell, can I holler at you for a minute? He was like, yo, man, I just gotta do this real quick. I'll come back and holler at you. And he did. And we sat there, we chit-chatted. I also talked to a lot of fighters, man.
That's a cool little moment right there, man, because Sweet Pea, man, he was such a cool little fighter. So I don't know. He was like their first one, man, to come with that little swag and that style in the ring, man, and so much personality in his boxing style, you know?
Yeah, fantastic fighter, man.
I like Sweet Pea a lot, man.
Yeah, me too. I think, and he was really cool too, man. Yo, we kicked it for a minute, you know what I mean? And he was cool. Matter of fact, remember when Ortiz knocked out trying to think of his Jennings?
Yeah.
I ran into Jennings. We was on an escalator and shit. And I was just like, hey man. I was like, yo, man, it was a good performance tonight. You put up a good show, you know? And he was like, you talking to the wrong dude, man. I lost. And I was like, look, man, you made it this far in the heavyweight division. You should be proud that you made it here, but I know you're a competitor. I know, it's all good. And I'm like, yo, man, why are you by yourself? And he was like, that's my team behind me. They way back there. And I was like, why the fuck they back there? I was like, you rolling with the wrong team. That's what I told him. Man. That's what I told him. I was like, yo, them dudes ain't shit. You riding with the wrong motherfuckers, man. Because if I took an L and I gave it my all, my people would be right with me, like, man, fuck that, dude. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
even
trying to
after
pick you up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like trying to lift you up and like, yo, man, it's all good. Whether you become a trainer or you continue your career or whatever. But when you got people like around you like that, they're just like, man, I can't be seen with this motherfucker. It's like, motherfucker, this dude 10 times further in life than you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're here because of him.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And I'm like, yo, man, well, congratulations on your career. I was like, congratulations on your career. And he was like, what? I was like, yeah, man. He was like, well, I lost. I was like, congratulations on your career, man. Didn't you fight Klitschko? On the big stage?
I feel exactly what you're saying, bro. That's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
And them dudes are going in into these rings, to entertain us. So I feel exactly what you're saying, bro. Like even in defeat, you got my respect, man.
Facts, man.
I was entertained by watching you fight your ass off, win or lose.
It was an interesting fight, man. It was an interesting fight. But
hey, just to address a few of these people in your chats, Remy 22. I say it says you're 2 hours and a half away from Reno. Where you at, Remy? And then they say IOTBA was with Virgil Ortiz tonight. Was that tonight, Remy? Was IOTBA with Virgil Ortiz? They say, yeah, IOTBA was out there making moves. IOTA gets back to the sport. I see IOTBA out there at these events in Texas. I see him out there, man. Some of these guys are really lucky. They live so close to the action, you know?
That's a fact. And he puts that work in. And when he come to New York, we're gonna go. I'm gonna take him to a little spot where he can see some deep history in New York, where I'm from. I'm from upstate New York, where there's I'm gonna bring him to Ray Rinaldi's gym. You know what I mean? And that's what he gonna see some history, because I'm in Albany now, but you know, Albany got some history too, but I know more about the Syracuse history, so I'm gonna bring him down there and we're gonna hang out there and shit. I talked to a couple of the fighters that I know out there, and they were like, yeah, have him come down. He could talk to Ray. We can hang out. Absolutely. And that's what he does, man. He just he touches the youngins and the up and comers, and he catching them early, giving them hope. And that shows you love for the sport. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try to get my boy, he's a photographer, and he's doing his things out there. So I'm gonna try to bring him too. Maybe he can catch some pictures and shit. I think it'll help everybody. It'll help IOTBA and him in the process, and maybe they could hit it off or something.
Yeah, that's cool. Remy 20 Sue said IOTBA and Virgil was last month. Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool. I'm going to that Virgil Ortiz fight later this month, but that's like 9 hours away from my house, man. So
Virgil Ortiz.
Oh, Ray, you're in Modesto. Yeah, so I'm going to that Virgil Ortiz fight. So that was gonna be fun, man. But that thing is 9 hours away. So
and Virgil Ortiz is a beast too.
And I want to go watch these dudes when they're young, man. Like I went to the Ryan Garcia fight a few weeks ago. Once these dudes get too big, man, you know, they're gonna be. I ain't never gonna be able to see them. Yeah,
you're probably not even gonna get close to them. That's the thing too.
Remy 22. I'm in Sacramento, man. You're in Modesto. I'm in Sac.
That's cool too, because they might remember you and be like, "Yeah, man, I remember you." You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you was hitting me up when I was, you know what I mean, young, and didn't nobody know who I was, and you was giving me interviews.
I hope so.
Yeah, nah, it would, for the most part. You know what I mean? If these motherfuckers don't get lost and they stay grounded, then you know what? They're gonna reach out to you. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. So you just
keep Remy 22. Jose Ramirez fights in Fresno in May. That's right around the corner from you. That's like from Fresno to Modesto. Isn't that like 30 minutes? Or 45 minutes or something. Yeah. Jose Ramirez in Modesto next month.
There you go. You got so when you start watching boxing, man? Not like that ain't an El Jefe question. That's actually a legitimate question.
Nah, for sure. Yeah. Like I said, I watched boxing all my life, right? But this shit got me like 2.5 years ago. I've been in it with strong again for 2.5 years. I would say right after Triple G and Triple G Canelo, probably part one, really, you know, got me thinking about it a lot. And then from there, man, it just one thing led to another. And then my boy I started working with, he put me on the YouTube.
Right.
And then once YouTube, I got onto the YouTube thing. And then, man, it's just been crazy since then. Then the Zone dropped. The Zone was a big reason. So the Zone and YouTube is really what sparked it back up for me.
Yep.
Because the Zone is what opened my eyes to Virgil Ortiz, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Jaime Uniga.
Yep.
So, and that was like 2.5 years ago, really, when they all really burst into the scene. So that's what really sparked my interest so much again, because like I said, I always watched since a little kid. I always loved it. Since a little kid, I loved it. But the last 2.5 years, it's just taken my life over, man.
Well, that's good, man. It's nice to see it captivating people still, even
and not only me, one, two, my whole family.
Yeah.
The Zone has opened just opened my eyes to some of these youngsters, and the way they've promoted them, the way they put them out there for us and showcased them, It's been crazy. It's been crazy, man. And they put him in your face so much, you can't help but fall in love with him.
Damn, Hagler Hearns. Wow, that's fantastic, man. That was so. You went to Vegas and watched that fight. That's insane, Remy. I mean, like you watched that live because ain't nothing like watching it live, Remy. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. Ain't nothing like watching a fight live, man. Like I literally brought. I think when I moved out here and shit, I hollered at a couple of my peoples and shit. I had a business out here for a minute, and I was like, "Yo, I got like 8, 9 tickets and shit." So I invited some family and friends out, and we went out, and I brought them out, and two of them were casuals, and now they at the fights. Like my son, I brought my son. He was a casual, but now he like at all the amateur fights and shit. He's always at that gym that I was just talking about. You know what I mean? And he's always at, now he's an athlete too. Like he's a champion in lacrosse. He's a champion in football. He's a champion in wrestling. Like he's all over it. He wanted to get into boxing. I'm like, yeah, maybe not. You about to go to college. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
yeah, you don't need your brain start rattling around.
That was one of the reasons that I decided not to continue my shit. I was sitting there and we was eating and shit. There was like 3 of us, and I had a pro in front of me and an accomplished amateur and a couple other people that was fighters, and a couple of them was just like slurring their words and shit. And I was like, yeah, this probably ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, it was one of the reasons. And then now I know why. Because the coach at the time, God rest his soul, he was trying to get people to do crazy shit. And I was just like, nah, I ain't doing that shit. And it's cool, though. It was a hell of an experience, man. And it was something I always wanted to do. Like as a young kid, I was like, that's what I need to be doing. And I've never been more at home or more like, honestly, I probably should have stuck with it. I should have just switched gyms. But I'd never been more comfortable in my life at that time than when I was doing that shit. Like I wasn't angry. I was just like kind of like super chill, man. I was super chill because there's a difference. I talked to the chat about this prior. You know what I mean? Ain't too many people in here now. Everybody probably falling back because yeah, that's right. I get it in. But there's a difference between thinking you're a badass and knowing you're a badass. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't gotta prove nothing when you do good. Like I don't know if I'm a badass like that no more, but I certainly was then. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't even angry. Motherfuckers couldn't get me mad. I'd be like, yeah, I would be thinking about how not to whoop a motherfucker's ass, not how, I'll punch this dude in the face or whatever. I'll be like, nah, man, how am I gonna avoid this situation? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to embarrass this motherfucker. This is gonna be bad. You know what I mean? That's that. And don't get me wrong, I wasn't cocky. I was actually modest, but at that time. But I don't know, man. I just felt at home. It just felt nice to being in the square circle around competitors and shit and trying to grow and learning. You know what I mean? It was in the sport that I loved, and to be a part of it was a blessing for me. It was a moment that in my life that I really enjoyed, and I wouldn't give it up for the world, And I love boxing, and it's a passion that I've always had, and to be a part of it was awesome. It was an awesome feeling, man. It was an awesome feeling, and to compete, it was fun. It was fun, and that's what you got to do.
A12. On top of that, man, since the beginning, brother, since last year when I first started joining you guys' little group, I remember I called in. I was at Sacramento Expos, and and I was I was going for Andy Ruiz, and the group started getting on me, and you was like, nah, hold on, give him his chance, and then I ended up calling back in the next day again, after Andy Ruiz had lost, and you the same thing, they started getting on me, and you was like, nah, give him his chance. So I just want to tell you, man, thank you for your support, brother, and you've been a real one, man, since day one, bro. So I like your channel, man, and I like your whole outlook on this whole boxing shit, man. So I just want to tell you thank you, and you have a good night, brother. Everybody in the chat, have a good night, man, and we'll link back up tomorrow, man. I'm out.
It's a fact. Have a good one, bro. But getting back to the other thing, y'all. If y'all want me to do like an edit or something, man, yo, throw some ideas out there, man, and I'll do it for y'all. And it'll be your idea, and I'll throw my swag on it, and we can I can have some fun with it, man. And I just want to get y'all more involved. You know what I mean? Like when I used to tag y'all and shit in the videos, but I ain't been motivated to make any videos. So I'm like, man, give me something to make a video about, because I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. So if y'all got any ideas out there, like I said, man, especially in the playback, you know what I mean? Because the chat, if I would just hit the chat up, I didn't catch much because I'll be running my mouth. But if y'all want me to do anything in particular, yo, I'll hook that shit up. And I even got better at the shit. So, you know what I mean? Tim Dove said he loved Tyson the Homo. SRL. You had some videos? Hold on, Remy. Hold on. Let me check this shit out. Yo, if y'all ain't sub to Remy, go ahead and sub to him, man. Want to check his videos out, man. See if I can do this shit real quick. Let me see. I gotta navigate through some shit real quick, so bear with me, y'all. Y'all bear with me this long. It ain't gonna be much more. Hold on. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna check this shit out right now, Remy. I had to get on YouTube to do so. Let me see. You be editing, Remy? Yeah, I didn't even realize you had a channel, Remy. But now I just subbed, man. I just subbed. Bro. I'm gonna check your shit out. Tim Dub, you getting a channel? Tim Dub, you on your channel? Lisa need a channel too. So does Samuel Shaw. I see said, yo, y'all ever catch Samuel Shaw on the phone lines and shit? He be mad as fuck. I caught him on like one line, man. He was madder than a motherfucker. I forgot who the fuck's live Samuel Shaw got on, but that motherfucker was tearing into dude, man. He was tearing into him. He funny as fuck in the chat too. He funny as fuck. But if y'all got like I said, hit me in the playback if y'all got any if y'all want to see anything in particular, I could put it together, man. And I take my time doing it. And I take pride into it. So yeah, no problem, Remy. You know what I mean? I boost you if you got a channel coming out, man. Hell yeah, man. I don't hate. I participate. You know, absolutely. And for the playback gang, go ahead and sub to Remy, man. Sub to Remy, and thank you guys for your support too, man. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy my lives. I hope you enjoy my content. You know what I mean? Like I said, I when I first did it and shit, you know, I didn't like where it was, where it started going. Where I just gave, I was just like, man, I got other shit going on, man. I just tend to this shit. But then I came back to it, man. I ain't like where it was at, so it was like no fun, man. It was like no fun. And I don't agree with everybody says, even the people I'm down with, but I roll with. I roll with them 110%. And my man Black, man, I really admire that guy. I think he's a great dude, IOTBA, because I literally had a video, 2 or 3 videos recently after I said this shit. Where I had some in the clip and he came out with it, and I'm like, damn, we think alike. I'm dead ass serious. So I was like, God, this motherfucker. You know, I don't know if it's because we be on our lives so much, but the one thing I could say about Black that I can't say about a lot of other people is he'll give somebody credit for their idea. Even if you get the name wrong, he's attempting to do so. He don't take credit for other people's words. He don't take credit for other people's shit because he's a content creator and he appreciates creativity. And that's what I like about him. And I'm the same way. When people come out with certain things and they do their own thing, like I'm a big Red Glove fan. I like Red Glove shit. You know what I mean? Because it's original. I like original content. And I like the way he plays with it and he has fun with it, sees where it goes. You know what I mean? I like people who take chances like that. You know, but some of these guys have bigger channels, but they content scavengers. And they take credit for other people's ideas. They take credit for, you know what I mean? I can't move forward doing that. I can't do it. I can't take credit for other people's shit because I know it's not mine. You know what I mean? Like if I quoted, I wrote it. Or you know what I mean? And if I didn't, you're gonna get your full props for it. You know what I mean? Because if that's your God gift, then I'm gonna give you props for it. If you know what I mean, I'm not gonna. Some of these motherfuckers, man. I mean, God bless them for getting, you know, for their channels getting big and all that shit. But shit, man, like when you're doing it with other people's shit, I could tell y'all some stories, but unfortunately, I can't. Maybe in some private conversations, but you know what I mean? I can tell y'all some stories about legends that are just thieves. But I ain't trying to fuck up anybody's their heroes or anything. You know. And if they can motivate people, then let them motivate people. But I certainly ain't hating on and I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't hating on Jalik. Cause I get on Jalik shit. I don't agree with Jalik a lot. But you know, I think sometimes he gets a little far into himself. But I guess you could say I'm doing the same thing right now. But he did it on his own. So I mean, I can't hate on that, man. So I don't know what El Jefe talking about. El Jefe fun too. I don't hate on El Jefe, but I certainly have a good time on, you know, beating on that speed bag. But you know, he gonna be on someone's channel tomorrow talking about how he bodied me on my live. And if I don't put my live up because I like putting my content up, He's gonna say, yeah, when and you erased it because you know I bodied you. It was nice to see Black and Brown getting in here with him and seeing what the type of shit the trolls he gonna have to deal with. So I let Black and Brown. You think he handled himself well, y'all? That shit crazy was popping. You know what I mean? Any subjects y'all want to touch on before I close this bad boy down? Wilder video I wrote Wilder Instagram account, not mine, you know. The Wilder video I have, I wrote. Oh, really? That's what's up. You be doing, do you like edit though, Remy? Like I can't get into it right now because I want to give it to, yeah, he's cool. He's cool. I didn't agree with what he said about Caleb Plant in one of his videos, but I mean we all got our opinions, man. We all got our opinions, and we're all critics on here, so you know what I mean. And you know it is what it is. You know what I mean. Some people sway this way, some people sway that way. I ain't hating on no channels, and I ain't hating on nobody's success. But if it ain't yours, then don't claim that shit. Why you claiming next man's shit? That's just gay as fuck. You ain't no alpha. Now B&B, he cool. He doing his own thing, and he don't sound like nobody else. You know what I mean? And neither does Jalik. He don't sound like nobody else either. And some people don't sound like other people, but they say other people's shit over and over and over again. And that's how you know motherfuckers is sub to you and they pretend that they ain't. And some people sub to you and they tell you they is, and they take full credit for your shit. And it's just like, man, just big me up the same way I big you up. You know what I'm saying? You know? And that ain't the main players either. That ain't my man Black. That ain't Red. That ain't ILTBA. That ain't Unbiased. That ain't you know, some of them neutral motherfuckers. This is funny business. Funny business. I just couldn't do that, man. I don't know how y'all feel about that shit, but I can't just take someone's shit and just act like it's my own phrases. You know what I mean? Other than that promotion shit, I do be using that shit. I be using Black shit, but I'll say that shit, and I usually do it on his shit. And my man Rocket Strike. I like my man Rocket Strike and my man Flame on. Y'all like Flame too. They all cool people. My man Rocket is fucking freak. Anybody who know Rocket though, he is straight freak. Let's see. Oh, Remy, you messed up. What's wrong, bro? Oh, shit. Damn, bro. What kind of spider was that? Said water on some whole shit. Keeping it boxing, bro. I don't really like what he doing right now. I wish him the best, but damn, I don't like what he doing now, man. Like that excuse shit, man. That shit, it don't ride with me. Don't worry about it. You'll hear everything that I said in this video tomorrow or in 2 days. Trust me. Let's see. And you'll be hearing some shit that you saying in the chat because you guys you guys keep me motivated. For real. It's a sport. Yeah, it's a fact. Brazilian tarantula. Shit. Damn, brother. Fuck. Well, I guess it's better than the Australian tarantula. You go to Australia, man, you get caught with some shit. Everybody I know that went to Australia, the very few people I do know that went to Australia, they came back with some shit. I know somebody got to take a shot every day because they got bit by something. For the rest of their life, they got to take a shot every day because they got bit by some Australian shit. I'm like, why the fuck would you take a vacation and go to Australia? What the fuck? What? Yeah, with all the fucking weird ass fucking animals they got out there, you ain't ready for that shit. You know what I mean? You ain't ready for that shit. It's cool to explore new shit, but sometimes you gotta know your limits. If you ain't from that shit, why you rolling the dice? Shit, Australia. Like, what's in Australia? What do you why do you take a trip to Australia? I'm a little, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why you going to a place where there's a whole bunch of shit that I don't know, man. Damn though, bro. Shit. They got like antibodies or something like that they give you. So you just gotta wait for that shit to wear down. Like after you take like the shot or whatever for it. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I stay in the States. Facts. I mean it ain't bad to get outside of the States, but shit, Australia though, it's like wow. Brazilian tarantula. It, was you in Brazil or you own a pet shop or something, or somebody had some shit like in their crib or something? That's crazy. And you don't know how you gonna react to that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know how you gonna your body gonna react to that shit. That's probably got something to do with it too. But man, I hope you feel better, man. Shit. I don't wish that shit on nobody, man. If you paralyze your body, that's some scary shit, man. Yeah, Lisa. Oh shit. Was it yours? You got a pet shop, bro? Cause I know there's this really exotic pet shop that's by my old crib where I used to live, and they got like all types of exotic animals where you can't purchase the shit without a license. And they got like all types of poisonous shit. They got cayman there. They got this right in New York. Like, but you gotta have like a it's where a lot of pet shops get their personal animals and shit from. Like me myself, I'm not into snakes. Some people into that shit. I can't have no snake in my crib. If I can't hear it, I don't even got a cat in my crib. If I can't hear it moving, I don't know what the fuck it's up to. I guess some cats is cool, but I don't know. But I can't have no snake, man. I can't have no snake in my house. Mm, nope. If it don't leave my fish tank, it ain't in my house. Yeah. Tony ate Holyfield up in that fight. Yeah, he did. He did. Oh, damn. That's crazy. Yeah. Tropical fish. Been into it since the 80s. Really? What you got? Cichlids? That's what I got. I got South American cichlids and African cichlids. Convicts. You know what I mean? And I got special fish. I can't say it on air, but I got special fish. He's special. We'll just call him a Pacu. You know. But he's a special fish. He's huge too. I went to a exotic aquarium and shit where they had all them type of fish. Mine was bigger than theirs. I was like, hey, but my wife would let me get rid of him. I was like, yeah, maybe get rid of him. Like, no, he's part of the family. He older than my daughter. Like 7 years old. And I mess with everybody. I said, yeah, man, when he done, I've been feeding him good and shit. I'm going to eat him. I'm going to have a sandwich. They be getting mad as fuck. I wouldn't do that shit, though. I know my kids are having me bury him. He had a brother or a sister. We had to bury him. I put him in a jewelry box and shit when he was younger. And you want to hear some funny shit? One of the neighbors dug it up. They thought there was jewelry in it. Some crackhead. I was like, yo, who dug up my fish? My kids was like, oh, bugging out and shit. Like, someone dug the fish up. I was like, what? They're like, there was a jewelry box. And I was like, I imagine what they see, like how they reacted when they lifted it up and seen it. Shit, yeah, big ass teeth, and they just chucked that shit. Freaking out. Dug that shit up, thought they found a buried treasure. Freak. I was like, who the fuck would do that? Let's see. Salmonella. Oof. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's a fact too. No lizards either, man. I don't like that pet shop smell. It's like when people got a lot of lizards and shit in their crib, you can smell that shit. It's like, man, like I built my own fucking filtration system. I got 125 gallon tank. And I built my own filtration system so that I only have to basically clean my tank every 3 months, 4 months or so. Sometimes more than that. Like it's just really good. It has a French bulldog and I have a pit bull. Yeah. Says, you name it, I kept it. Yeah, 100 gallons salt. Oh, you got saltwater tank. I got freshwater tank. We'll just say my fish is Brazilian. That's what we'll say. We'll say Amazon. We'll say Amazon. From the Amazon. Freshwater fish. But I dig the tropical fish, the freshwater fish, so that I don't have to tend to the tank as much. I never really kept saltwater fish. I did keep some what are they called? Brackish fish. That's how I know my fish is hardy. I had a puffer fish in there, and my fish nipped at him, and his whole head went black. Like if you like do something to a puffer fish, you're gonna die. His whole head went black, and then he shook that shit off. And then my girl went to the pet shop one time and picked up a fish, and it had the ick, and then it spread. It killed all my bottom feeder fish that would clean like the tank and shit. And it killed. I had a catfish, and it killed my catfish, but it didn't kill that fish. It didn't even affect him. Like he didn't even get it. And then I figured out how to get rid of it. If you ever do get a fish like that carries the ick, the best way to get rid of that shit so that your whole tank don't die and you don't have to overheat it or add salt to your tank to kill it is to get a UV light filter. and what it does is it filters the water, but it exposes it to the UV light and it kills the ick so that it won't continue to spread, because the ick will stick to your fish, and then it lays eggs, and then it reattaches to your fish again, because the life cycle of the ick is I figured that shit out. It, it it has to continue to keep doing it. It's a parasite, but it has to keep regenerating itself to live on them. And what happens is when it flows through and it's exposed to the UV light, it kills it instantly. And it got rid of the ick in probably 2 days. That UV light, I think it cost me like $40, but it was better than killing all my fish by putting salt in there. I had a completely planted, like my entire aquarium was planted too. Like I had plants in there growing and shit. It was thorough as hell, and it killed all my when I put a little salt in there that they told me to put in there, it killed off my plants. So get the UV filter light, and it's just a little filter, but if it cycles for like a couple days, they get rid of all that shit. But yeah, man, don't be buying no shit at Walmart. My girl was like, isn't it pretty? That shit got all my fish sick, man. Well, most of them. Who is past his prime? Holyfield got, yeah, he was past his prime, Lisa Bells. That's a fact. He was past his prime. He was past his prime. And that's when he was like having all them heart issues and all that shit. Or he said he was. Where he would just like fight for like certain moments. He did beat that 7-foot motherfucker though. He beat that dude's ass. Prior to David Hay beating him up. Evander Holyfield beat his ass, and I think they gave it to dude too. That big old Russian freak dude. I thought he was gonna fight one of the Klitschko's. Fish. Yeah, Walmart. Yeah. I did get a badass fish at Walmart though. I got it. It was a, fuck was it called? Amari. Oh, what the fuck was the name of it? It's a rare fish. And then I got the fish, and when he grew up, I think they only grew about 6 inches. I used to call him Little Homie because he hang with the other fish, my Amazon fish. And he was like his best friend. They would hang out. He's the only one that could survive around it. And he was smart as hell. But Amari, what the fuck? Damn, I forgot. Anyway, yeah, man, it was worth like, I got it for $5 at Walmart, and I knew it was a different type of fish. And it was worth like $90 when he grew up. Like a couple motherfuckers wanted to purchase that shit. But my fish, to me, he's a little priceless motherfucker. He gotta be close to, he 9 years old. He's 9. And he's probably about 8 inches long, probably. Like you wouldn't throw him back if you was fishing. That's how big he is. Had dirty tanks full of dead fish. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, because man, yo, when they do it, like you could go to some of them pet shops too, like PetSmart and all that, and all them fish be sick. That's why you gotta look for them. You gotta look for this shit when you get in there, and if they just look all rough and shit, and then if they got white spots on them, you gotta look. It looks faint. They almost look like air bubbles. if they got these really faint, small, tiny little airborne like white spots on them, don't buy them motherfuckers. Them motherfuckers sick, and they got the same filtration system through the entire like system. So all them fish is exposed to it. And if they have just a little bit of a weak immune system, or if they're bottom feeders, then they're gonna be sick, man. Like if you got a catfish or a pleco, they're gonna die. They're gonna die from that shit because they just eating that shit up right off the gravel, the sand. Like I got sand in my shit, but black sand and regular sand. Not that sand you get at the depot though. I got that fine sand. Fuck that. I buy my fish online. Ah yeah, yo, they'll deliver them to you too. Sleep. You ever see it? They like in blue water and where they're sedated and shit, so that they don't pass away. Yeah, it's easy to cure. Scaleless fish. Yep. Well, nah, cause they'll take a pleco out, and plecos got scales. And I had a catfish that was yeah, he had scales too, and he had the body armor, and I think it was it, my red tail died, a pleco died, and my I forget what you call them catfish. I called him Pierre because it looked like he had the little whiskers and shit. Then I had and it killed my blue fucking cichlid too, my sky blue cichlid, Billy Ocean, killed Billy Ocean, motherfuckers. And I had two brothers and sisters and E and J and killed them too. Up here in northern New York, there are no pet shops. Nah, no, 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 no. You know what? If you go a little east, or it in Syracuse, they got a really good one. I think it's called Axe. You could get some exotic fish there, some like rare fish, or some fish is legal in New York, but you could always go to Jersey and pick them up and bring them back if that's what you want. I had a lot of hand picked fish. I had a whole fucking tank full of cichlids, but I ended up getting rid of them. All African cichlids, and they're smart too. Some of them motherfuckers are smart as fuck. Yeah, Corley cats. hmm but I forget what they call them though. There's another name for them. Forget. But the thing with the red tails is, man, you can't. The red tail cats is them motherfuckers keep growing and they keep eating. Then you got motherfuckers trying to get rid of them because of the size of them. They used to sell snake heads in New York too, but now they don't. Now they're illegal too. They used to have the snakehead shits in there. But that motherfucker started freeing them in lakes and shit, and they started fucking up the whole ecosystem. I don't like Oscars either. A lot of people like Oscars. I don't care for them, man. I think they're gluttons and they ruin the community. Yup. Rainbow cichlids and red devils. Red devils are mean as hell. Red devils and fucking convicts. I got a convict in there now at a BZ. I had about four of them. Um, but I got rid of two of them. Or no, I got rid of three of them. Fucking and that they were all odds. I named them all Beecher, Adabeezy, it's a whole bunch of fucking shit. You know, and my other fish, the brothers, I named them the ones that we'll call plecos. Those are was Paulie and Tootie. They were good fellas. Let's see, 10 yes, Texas chickens, yeah, yeah, they could be mean too. Yep, but the red devils and the convicts are the meanest. Trust me. The red devils and the convicts are like you'll have a convict like a red devil. If they the same size, they'll fight anything. But a convict don't even gotta be the same size. Once they mature, when they start maturing, they mean as hell. And don't let them have no babies. That's why you don't get a female. If they got orange in them, don't have them with the other black striped ones, because what's gonna happen is they're gonna mate, and when they do, they're gonna terrorize the whole tank. I don't care if you got Africans in there or not. I don't care if the Africans could whoop them. When they got kids, they can't whoop them. I had a convict that was twice as small as my Oscar, and he would bite the inside. Like when the Oscar would try to like back the convict up, the convict would bite the inside of his mouth. Like he's just a beast. He was a monster. Yeah, they breed like crazy too. They tough. Solid. Chinese restaurant at 3 foot. Damn, 3 foot. Those are pretty fish too. So it was silver. They're chrome, right? They look like chrome. I had a dragonfish. It was really cool too. As soon as I put him in my tank from the pet shop, he changed color. He went from like a gray to a purplish, grayish. Like he just flourished. He flourished for one day. And I had a gar. He flourished too. But then my son was like, "You better get your fish." And they both ain't make it. I have aggressive tank. And I thought they, I don't know. But I could keep southern South American cichlids and African cichlids in my tank. And now I don't no live feeders. I don't put no live feeders in my shit. I feed my fish fish food and haddock or shrimp, or you know what I mean. I feed them fish though, but not live fish. And I don't know why people feed they fish like mice and shit. Like I can't feed no amphibian or no cold-blooded animal, no warm-blooded animal. I guess you could call me somewhat racist. Yeah, I wonder what Chinese. Yeah, man, you don't know what you get in there, man. I don't eat Chinese food. My wife likes it. My kids like that shit, and I be heavy hating on that shit. I'm like, yo, Chinese food don't even like the Chinese don't even eat that shit. They don't eat that shit they be serving your ass, and the shit they, some of the shit they don't even be eating, man. It's just like shit. A Japanese restaurant I go to, they cook that shit up right in front of you. But that Chinese shit, that General Tso chicken, that shit look good, but you don't know what the fuck you eat, man. You season some shit right. I don't like dairy meat, but I know people who can season that shit, and it's really good if they season venison correctly. Same with lamb. Don't tell me they cooked it. So, what they cook? At least fish, I don't do snakes. Yeah, I don't do snakes either. That shit, I don't know. Fucking anaconda in my crib, man. No fucking boa constrictor, none of that shit, man. I hear people be getting choked out by their own snakes and shit. Like, I'll use a snake. I'm like, well, why the fuck you got it? Choked the motherfucker out. Like, I love my snake. Like, that motherfucker choked you out. Somebody was telling me that shit, a story at work. He said, yeah, my brothers were laughing at me because my snake choked me out. I'm like, he was like, I passed out. I'm like, yo, the fuck? What kind of life y'all living, man? Like, you got snakes in your crib, number one. Number two, it's choking you out. I had a dude at my job one time tell me that his snake went missing. He had a big ass boa constrictor and shit. He was like, yeah, he got out and shit, but he's cool with the kids and shit. He's good with the kids. I'm like, the fuck is you talking about, man? It's a fucking snake. It's a fucking snake, man. Like I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess you gotta be a pet shop owner, man, or you gotta be one of them motherfuckers. Nyota in the building. What up, Nyota? Oh, Nyota. Correction. You here. Hop on the chat real quick. Shout out to Nyota. If you ain't too tired. Right before I shut down, they hit Nyota up. Rookie of the year. Him and fucking the other dude. Martin Ramos. Both of them boys. Yeah, Tony was a monster, man. I like James Toney though. To move up the way he did and do what he did. Fantastic fighter, man. Fantastic. Only thing about him was he was lazy outside of the ring. You get him in the ring, he scrap it up, but man, he wasn't always in shape, man. He didn't do what he had to do all the time. Nyota in the building. What's up, man?
Hey, what's
You
good?
was right, bro. You was all the way right. I just want to give you props for that shit. You was all the way right about Canelo. When we was on Black's channel with the titles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, man, because I was upset that he didn't, you know what I mean, that he would fight at that weight, man. And
Right,
I'm like,
right.
man, why the
Well,
fuck
and
would he
I
do this?
understood what you were getting at. I was just trying
Right.
to make it accurate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah. I have no problem with that. Like, if I'm wrong
Yeah.
about something, I'm wrong about it. I'm totally cool with that. But nah, you was totally correct. And
Yeah.
in all three of them fights, man, where he was overweight, there was no title contention whatsoever. And that's the thing is, if you move in,
The
if it's
thing about it though,
or
he
count-
was still a champion. He was still a 154 champion
so
or
he was
whatever.
holding it hostage.
Exactly.
Right, and that was the
fights.
reason, and that was the memory that I had was he's got
Right.
a title and he didn't have it. That motherfucker was 155.
Yeah,
had his
it
own
was
weight
crazy.
class, and
And I was giving him plenty of hell for that too.
Yeah, I did too.
So.
But I gotta give him props for what he been doing though, man.
Oh yeah, no,
Bad motherfucker now.
Well, and also too, like a lot of people get it fucked up, man. You know what I mean? He's not the same guy he was. He's turned into a kind of a complete fighter. He's
bad. Like
beast.
he easily could be pound for pound champion. And,
Yeah.
and I literally made him my pound for pound champ after the Kovalev fight, even though that wasn't the best 175 pounder, still a hell of a 175 pounder.
Right. No, I mean the thing is, there's a solid argument for it. You know, so he's doing.
But
his
I
thing.
did. I just wanted to shout you out for that because I don't get down like that. I don't sit there and just be riding that shit and then try to, you know what I mean? Because I was like, because cool. I was giving you heat for that shit, and you like, nah.
Yeah. Well, nah. I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, Charles was really giving me more. It's like he kind of took up the argument for you. It's like he grabbed the torch from you of the argument torch. He grabbed it from you, and he started.
Yeah, that's my man. That's my man.
Yeah. And I got no problem with him either. You know what I mean? It's just
right.
Heated
argument. But it was right. You was right though. And I ain't have a problem with that. I don't got a problem with that. And I was like, shit. Like this motherfucker is totally correct.
Yeah. But like even like with the Peterson and Matisse thing, and I mean, like that's a big part of the reason why I gave them a lot of heat for that, because I'm like, why in the world would you make that above the weight? It's not like they can't make 140. They both did it after that.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But it was just a way for them to keep their titles and all that other BS.
Yeah.
In spite of that.
And,
So,
and I mean, I get the fact that he made the fights happen, which was a good thing. But
right.
at the same time, that title ain't up for grabs.
Yeah, it's
That kind
illegitimate.
of
It
yeah,
delegitimizes it.
it kind of fucks it up. Even though the money's there, even though the fame's there, it's
Right.
like, but what about the title? Why ain't
Exactly.
the title there, you motherfucker? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? But they did move him correctly,
Yeah.
and he is what he is now. So you can't hate it.
That's the
And
thing. A lot of people get it fucked up, man. It's harder to sometimes it's harder to unify titles than it seems, just because sometimes these guys they don't want them to be unified. You know, for whatever reason, either the sanctioning bodies don't want them unified, or the promoters
promoters or
attached
the
to them don't want
networks.
them unified.
Yup.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's
Oh no,
always
I get it.
blockades in the way.
But that's what I'm saying though. That's one of the problems with boxing is that these promoters, these networks, and these advisors, like whatever they are, whether it's Bob, because Bob used to do that shit, Don King used to do that shit, Al Heyman does that shit. You know, a lot of people do that shit, and it's like, okay, that's fine and dandy. They're trying to stretch out their game and prolong making their money long, trying to make their money as long as they can get it. But it's like without the fighter, the competitor, without the fan, there ain't no money. You just a middleman, basically. You know what I'm saying? I understand you're promoting, but you're gonna get your cut from your promotion, but at what cost? You know what I'm saying? Where these guys can't really get in there and scrap. Like what the fuck, man? It's fucked up. Ruiz, John Ruiz, the quiet man. Oh, now you know the back. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
the quiet man. I don't know.
My Wi-Fi
I-
cut out for a second or something.
Yeah, because you disappeared and you weren't on the bottom either. So then when I seen you was there, I was like, shit. I was like, maybe I don't know something.
Yeah, because it cut off like right in the middle of you saying a sentence. I'm like, what the hell? What happened?
Well, man said he brought up Ruiz. Yeah, see, Roy Jones moved up and he fought John Ruiz. He
Right.
fought the quiet man. But you gotta give him props for fighting the heavyweight. But
Yeah, no, but and here's the thing, man. Who else did that to John Ruiz?
did what?
What Roy did.
I
Who else
seen
just handled him like that?
David Tua?
Well, I mean, you know, David Tui knocked him out, but still, like Roy Jones outboxed him over the 12. You know what I mean? Schooled him,
And
styled
Ruiz
on him. whole
never
thing.
tried to fight Chris Bird either.
Well, I guess you could say that, but even
And,
still,
did Ruiz fight? Who was that Puerto Rican kid? He always gave people problems. I think he's still fighting. That's crazy. I'm trying to think of his name.
I know what you're talking about.
He
I
actually,
can't think of his name though, but I know who you're talking about.
I think he beat Chris Bird too, but they gave it to Chris Bird. And I was a Chris Bird fan. A lot of people
remember
couldn't
his
stand him. I liked him though.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but it's killing me because I can't remember the fucking guy's name.
Akendo.
Yeah, Akendo. Fres
yeah,
Akendo. Fast
yup,
Fres.
Fres Akendo. Yup. And yeah, he was a sleeper because he got put to sleep once or twice, but he beat up on a couple other motherfuckers though.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? He beat up on some good motherfuckers and didn't get decisions.
Right.
You know who he reminded me of? He reminded me of the Collazo of the heavyweight division. He didn't get the decision.
Yeah.
Because Collazo whipped some ass. Yo, he beat Berto and Hatton. I don't care what anyone say. He beat both their asses. And he ain't get them decisions because his name wasn't big enough. And I think that affected his career. Because he could have, that kind of fucks with your confidence.
Well,
man.
I mean, he did get the fight with Shane Mosley, but Mosley beat him clearly.
Yeah, there's
Mosley.
guys that whipped on him too.
Yeah.
Like he had his little moment against Thurman too.
Yeah. No, I heard.
And Thurman tried to give him 5, and he was like, "No."
That shit was hilarious.
He was like, "I'm gonna try to get you out of there, motherfucker."
Yeah.
And then Thurman came back.
Like I'm gonna give you 5 to the stomach. That's what I'm gonna give you.
I didn't like that about him, but Thurman did get him, and you gotta get
Yeah,
yo.
yeah.
That's what I can't stand about Thurman, and I know that's why Rocket Strike be getting so mad because he's a Thurman fan.
Uh-huh.
He got one foot in the game and one out the game.
Yeah, man. Thurman just it's crazy. It's unfortunate because like when he was on the come up, I was riding with Thurman,
Yeah, me
but
too.
just
Me too.
it's like he lost his hunger, once he got that good money and everything, he settled down with his wife and all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just it
Yeah.
wasn't the same, Well, he
Nah.
didn't have that hunger no more. It's like what was that? Rocky 3. Rocky is like Rocky 3, He didn't have the eye of the tiger anymore. He got
That was
civilized.
right, and that's the thing is he throw punches like Danny Garcia, but he could do it from the outside or the inside. He got
Right.
really good feet, which Danny don't, where he's mobile all over the ring and he can close the distance and he can box and
Yeah.
he has all those intangibles.
Yeah, he's actually really versatile.
Yeah, he's the most probably, and I said this earlier, probably one of the most athletic, like probably the best athlete and the most dynamic of, and he's got a hell of a punch
Mhm.
of all the welterweights. And to watch him do that, it's just like, ugh. It's
Yeah.
like it hurts the fan because it's
Right.
like, yo, this is dude's
Like
the truth.
like you could have been so much better,
Mhm.
but
But it is what it is, man.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You can't force people to live out your own dreams.
oh
You know
right,
what I'm
right.
saying?
Or the dreams that you have for them,
Yeah,
Like you can
exactly.
lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink,
Exactly. And it sucks because you like as a boxing fan and for a love of the sport, you like all this talent. And then that they were
Right.
just talking about Riddick Bowe yesterday. Now they talk about James Toney, and it's like same thing. And James Toney's so talented that he didn't even train. He'd just
Right.
go in there and spar.
Right,
And then
right.
eat whatever the fuck you wanted. And if that
Yeah.
motherfucker was just
Just no
raining,
discipline.
yeah, no discipline, and he didn't need it because he was talented. But then
Right.
when he would reach them elite moments, sometimes like when he fought Roy, I had him
Right.
beating. I thought I was rooting for Tony in that fight because everybody was like Roy this, and I'm like, yo, James Tony ain't no joke, man. And I
Yeah.
thought James Tony was gonna pull it off, but that motherfucker had to make weight. And I'm
Right.
not saying that Roy wasn't talented and Roy didn't beat him.
Yeah.
He
Well, I
did.
mean, that's the thing. Roy probably was still able to beat him had Tony not been drained,
Yeah.
but I think ultimately that just exacerbated the difference between them from an athletic standpoint. Where
Right, exactly.
Tony had really nothing to give, and so Jones
Right.
was free to do whatever he
Yup.
wanted.
Yep, where he was trying to, but there was nothing there.
Yeah, he
And
couldn't pull that trigger
yeah,
at those moments
way
where he
he
typically
wanted
would
to.
have been.
Yep, exactly. And that would have made the fight way more interesting and more competitive. And that was another dream fight that I wanted to see. I wanted to see an in shape Tony and Hopkins.
Mm.
And yo, who do you got? All right, I asked the chat this prior: Tyson Fury or Vitaly Klitschko?
Ooh,
Right? That's a good ass fight.
man, that's a real good fight. That's a real good
Oh,
fight. And funny enough that you mentioned that because when Tyson Fury was on the come up, he wanted to fight Vitaly Klitschko.
Did he?
Yeah,
Oh shit.
he was like calling him out, calling for that. I mean, of course you would, as if you're up and coming, you're trying to call out a big name like that, right?
Some do.
You know what I mean? But
Then when they get the shot, they act like they ain't ready.
yeah, sometimes, yeah.
They ain't ready.
But yeah, no, like that would be a great fight, man. That'd be crazy. That'd be
Oh,
crazy.
you should have
'Cause-
heard me. Yo, you should have heard me earlier, man. Yo, I was. Remember when the Hulk grabbed in that Marvel movie? My kids be watching that shit. Remember when the Hulk grabbed fucking Thor's brother or whatever and started slamming him all over?
Yeah.
That's what I was doing to El Jefe, man. Yo, he was coming up with mad
Oh,
excuses, and I beat that motherfucker for. Y'all wasn't even trying. That shit was so fun earlier.
Oh,
That
man.
motherfucker was brought up Spence. He was like, Spence this, Spence that, yada da da da. And I was
Yeah.
like, yo, your boy called Spence out. And Spence said, he gotta come up. And he was like, yeah, after he said Bud ain't shit. And I was like, but when your boy when they mentioned Bud and he's ranked number 3 in the WBO, he was like, and I ain't got nothing against Vargas, but I was like, but just on him, I was on his ass. I was like, but when he brought up Bud, he was like, nah, I ain't ready for him. I was like, why is that? And he was like, oh, nah, man, that's not what we're talking about. Nah, man, we gotta change the subject. Nah, man, but I'm gonna school you on this boxing shit. You gotta do your push-ups. You know how you go into all that bullshit. That shit was funny. I don't even think you said that shit, but you know what he, you know, it was similar to that bullshit.
Right.
You know, even Black and Brown was asking him questions. This motherfucker was like, yeah, but we can't really say that because like, you know, Black and Brown, the rookie on YouTube. So I let him go for a little while with him. He handled himself well though. But I'm like, yeah, you're gonna deal with motherfuckers like this. I was like, Get the Smoke is a little more complicated, but you'll get, you know what I'm saying? You'll get it. You'll understand it. Right. But I gotta admit, both of them guys both admitted that Wilder got just beat down. Like they didn't buy into the excuses. I gotta give it to them both. They both did come out and say that, and they did eat their crow. And I ate crow too, because I had Wilder winning by 7th round knockout. And you know what I mean? But my crow came with hot sauce. You know, I enjoyed it.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a fact,
That's
man.
Do, man.
So what you think about the fights earlier today?
Oh man, the highlight was Chocolatito, man, because I was did his thing.
Yeah, it was.
Took your fight the fuck out and looked even more impressively than I thought he would in doing it. You know, it's funny because I called the exact round that he was gonna knock your fight out, but I was still hella impressed that the way he did it and that he did it. Yeah,
he outworked the young buck.
What's that?
And he outworked the young buck and was showing him some tricks in the process. Because when I first heard that he in the corner when they said he got to walk him down in the early rounds, I was like, I don't know, that's a great idea, but he did. Yeah, and he just beat on him. It was kind of similar to the Tyson Fury Wilder fight.
Yeah, somewhat. Well, you know, funny enough though, like I felt like Yafai was almost trying to do like what Tyson Fury did to Wilder, like push Gonzalez back, because it might have been like maybe inspired by the performance and such, you know, both from UK and everything. But
be sharp to do that, though.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, Yafai, that's kind of been his MO in some of his fights too. You know, Yafai is a guy that I've called him like jokingly sometimes, but it's kind of accurate, like a mini Kell Brook. You know, he's relatively heavy-handed, good 1-2, but he likes to clinch you. Like he'll do that in order to kind of break up your rhythm so that he can reset, and then do it to you again. But against Gonzalez, the thing about Gonzalez is he punches in moments where most fighters stop punching, and he keeps on going. And like, you know, like in the escape patterns where Yafai thought he was out of range, Gonzalez would literally like just do like a double step to him and be right in front of him again, and he'd be hitting him again. You know, the hands on him. Yeah, there's a lot of I mean, like there's a lot of moments you'll see where fighters, they don't throw punches, or like maybe they're up close, they're like kind of in a clinch but not really, and they both kind of break the clinch at the same time, and then they both take a step back. With Gonzalez, he doesn't do that. He steps to you and continues punching.
Yeah, he puts combinations together, and he can fight on
he doesn't let, like, the whole thing of make you pay. He doesn't miss an opportunity to make you pay. If there's an opportunity to make you pay, he's making you pay it.
I like to look at it more like he don't let you rest.
Exactly.
And that takes such a toll on you. That press,
mentally and physically.
That pace, mentally and physically. And once you mentally start questioning yourself, the physical follows.
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And you could be in good shape, but you mentally broken, and then your body just like, fuck this shit.
And that's the thing. Like I said, I did the post-fight review or whatever. I said, you know, Yafai was trying to do like Tyson Fury, try to lean on him and, you know, use his weight and his heft on it. You know, he's a way bigger guy.
Yeah, and he got worked on it inside.
Yeah, he got leaned. He leaned into that ass whooping. That's what he leaned into.
Exactly. And then what you think about the Mikey fight?
Oh man, it was a really good fight. It was a really good fight.
I thought it was a decent card. Man.
Yeah, I had Garcia by 1 point. Ultimately, the knockdown was what made the difference.
Yeah.
You know, Vargas got to a great start. He was out working.
I got
really nice.
First 4 rounds easy, but I the third round, Mikey did okay, but I think Vargas stole it with that right hand and that and when he caught him with the right hand, I don't know if it was right before or right after. Not the headbutt that they both complained about, but he headbutted him and it froze Mikey. And Mikey looked at the ref and pointed to his head like, yo, he just headbutted. Right. And that's what froze him. So it made the right, but he did it so quick, it made it look like he was responding to the right hand, but he wasn't. But I think that might have stolen that fourth round or that third round. But I had but the thing about it was Mikey was touching him and was hurting him a lot.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Vargas, Vargas, as is typical for Jesse Vargas, is like he always winds up kind of gassing a little bit in the mid rounds. Starts gassing, starts getting a little bit messy, a little sloppy. And that's where Garcia took advantage because you can't be sloppy against Garcia. You got to be on your P's and Q's.
You got to be on your P's and Q's.
You know, he's just too good of a sharpshooter, and that right hand is too heavy.
You know what though? The real reason I think it went south is because I think Vargas was a phenomenal boxer when he was in the Mayweather gym, where he could put combinations together. I thought he was extremely sharp. Like people,
he still does train there.
Yeah. Well,
now he does. Well, because Mike McCallum trains out of there. He trains fighters out of there.
Well, I know that man could box when he won.
And even the guy that was training him, like when he fought Bradley, I can't remember that dude's name. The MMA fighter guy that he had he has all the piercings and stuff. Can't think of his name off the top of my head. He was training Vargas, like sometimes in the Mayweather gym, but also other gyms in Vegas.
But the thing with that, like he been in there with a lot of good fighters too. But the thing with that fight is he wasn't really boxing in that fight. He was trying to get him out of there. Right. And that's once he knocked out Saddam Ali, I think he fell in love with his power, where he was like, okay, I can land these shots and I can hurt these guys. Right. And then he kind of resorted to that when he was
should have been boxing a little bit more. Yeah.
Guys, and that's what I think he did with Mikey, where he was doing good, but at the same time, he was putting a little too much mustard on the shots when he was boxing. Right,
like tiring himself out more than he probably should have. And then, that might have ultimately cost him because of that.
Yeah.
Funny enough, too, in the last round, when he started pressing Mikey, I'm like, oh, shit, he should have started doing this a few rounds ago. He was giving Mikey some problems. Because the thing about Mikey is, like, Spence showed that he can be, if you make him lead, you can outbox him.
Right.
And if you watch like when he fought Lipinets and when he fought Salido, if you press him, that also gives him some trouble because Mikey lives at the mid range. If you fight with Mikey at the mid range, good luck to you. Because he might knock you flat.
And he also showed that 147 he carries his power, and that's what I said. And it looked bad when I said it, but it was the truth, and this proves it. Like, man, me, anyway.
It's just a heavy-handed fight. Marcos Maidana even said that he's one of the hardest punchers he's ever shared a ring with. And Marcos Maidana's fought some punchers, man.
Yeah, in sharp. And that's the whole thing is. I had said that too. I was like, he used to spar with Marcus Maidana too, so he can take a shot and also give a shot.
Yeah, Garcia's got an elite chin. That's something you definitely can't take away from him, man.
But the thing about Mikey is Mikey kind of that's like everyone says Spence went in there to show his skills, and he was like, I just want to show I want to box. When he first came out, I was like, he started boxing him because he got touched and was like, why roll the dice when I can just beat this guy from the outside? And they're like, nah, he came out with the jab. I'm like, Spence always comes out with the jab.
Yeah.
But he also started moving in on Mikey. And then when he got touched once or twice, he said,
with the right hand,
what's the point?
Right.
What's the point of me giving this dude his only chance at mid-range?
Right.
Why?
He started making Mikey lead. And the thing is, Mikey's not really like a pressure guy. That's not his game. So he was out of his element doing that.
Yep. and that's when
And he was the
that-
one having to sell out because Spence had such a big reach advantage on him, height and reach advantage that.
and El Jefe said, "Well, why don't him and Danny fight?" And I'm like, "Well, that's gonna be a boring fight because who gonna lead?"
Yeah, that'd be crazy, man.
You know, and they're both mid-range fighters, so they're
Yeah.
both gonna want to get on the inside.
Right.
And I mean, I don't know. It could be fun, you know, but at the same time, it's like, man, there's gonna be boring moments in that fight where they just both posturing, like waiting for the other man to do something and
Yeah.
shit. You know, I mean, I like counter punchers. Like we also.
I mean,
he said-
ultimately, though, I do think that would probably wind up canceling each other out because of the fact that their styles are so similar. It actually might turn into a really good fight because of that.
well, yeah, because they're both gonna want that mid-range to get their opportunities.
And they're so like ultimately something's gonna give. They're gonna probably like hit each other at the same time and stuff like that. You know.
I got Danny in that one though.
Yeah, I favor Danny too. He's
favor
the naturally bigger guy, and they
Right.
both got great chins.
Mhm.
So all things being equal, I'd say that just Danny being a bigger person,
Yep,
bigger specimen,
exactly. He got the advantage.
his chin and his power will hold
Yep.
a little bit more weight than
Mhm.
Mikey's will.
Yep. Yep.
Literally hold more weight. You know what I mean? Literally and figuratively.
I give you that, but Danny's issue is the jab and long reach. Like I really had Danny losing 3 fights that he won. 3. I had him losing to Peterson.
Mhm.
I had him losing to Herrera.
Right.
I definitely had him losing to the Ghost Guerrero. And not the first time I watched it, but the next 2 times I watched it, I was like, yo, this was a clear ass whooping. Like, I counted the rounds and I watched it over. And I was like, yo, he beat him better than anybody beat him. And I'm like, even though he had his moments in the fight, if you watch that shit again, did you watch that fight?
Wait a minute. Danny versus Guerrero?
Yeah.
I mean, I did, but
You
honestly
should watch.
I can't remember it, to be honest with you.
You
Like,
should
I
watch
can't
that shit over. You should watch
remember
that shit over. Yo, even Floyd was like, yo, Guerrero beat his ass.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I see
That's
that.
You know, it's weird because I really don't have like a memory of that fight. I know I saw it. 'Cause I watch damn near every fight, man. I watch everything on TV and not on TV.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I'll go to crazy ass websites to find some of these obscure fights in
All I
Thailand.
remember the first fight was me probably leaving the room and coming back and Danny landing some clean shots and and fucking Guerrero's the red marks on Guerrero's face.
Right.
But after rewatching it twice, I'm like, damn, Danny ain't look too healthy either. And
Mhm.
at the end of the fight, and I'm like, shit. You know who is between us in the chat? Who is a fighter or a fight that you watch where one guy looked super awful, but he won the fight? You know what I mean? Like at the end of the fight, he just looked like shit, but you thought he won the fight.
Oh. Like look like shit in terms of damage done to him,
Yeah,
or look like
damage done to him.
well, actually, I mean Gonzalez against Carlos Cuadras. His face was
Yeah.
all fucked up at the end of that fight.
Yeah, that's fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. Shit, you would think that fucking after watching Bradley and Provodnikov, the Provodnikov didn't even land a shot in that fight. His head,
Bradley held it well, man.
yo, Bradley left in the ambulance and Provodnikov walked off looking like he got hit by a car
Yeah,
multiple times.
right.
That shit was bad, man. Yo,
Yeah.
do you know Bradley had to learn how to talk again after
Yeah.
that fight? That's
No, that's
crazy.
I'm probably one of the biggest Tim Bradley fans you'll find, man. I
Yo,
rock
he
with
didn't
Bradley.
even remember
heavy.
it. Yo, he was asleep for most of that fight.
Yeah,
but he was fighting and didn't even recall fighting, man.
Yeah,
he was like,
yeah.
"What round is it?" They're like, "It's the 10th round." He was like, "I thought it was the second." Like, holy shit!
Well, what was really clever that Bradley did was he actually went to like people like specialists, like for people that were like in comas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do like rehab exercises that they would have people that were like bad, like car accident victims and stuff like that do. It was really smart of him to do that because ultimately that's what got him right. That's what got him first back into regular person shape. So then he could get back into fighting shape after that.
Yeah. Provodnikov just disappeared too after that loss to Molina. Yeah. He got outboxed clearly by Molina. And you know he must be able to punch because if Molina starts boxing you, then you know you can punch.
Well, and Molina was cracking him though too. You know what I mean? Molina,
he was cracking him, but he was doing it at a distance, and he was literally on his back foot cracking him.
Yeah,
he wasn't. He wasn't. We had Ward and Gotti.
I don't know. Maybe Molina like made him think like, man, maybe I shouldn't box anymore. Molina's a bad boy though, man. That guy's like, I don't know how true it is, but I did hear years back that he knocked out Vanes Martirosyan in sparring.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And
and it's got that one punch power out of it.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like Molina was like a career lightweight, knocking out a career like light middleweight and sparring. Like, you know what I mean? Like that says something about how hard that guy can punch.
I heard some stories about Little Hands of Stone, Michael Carbajal, where they would talk about him sparring and where he was just like, they was in there like fucking around and shit, and he was dropping heavyweights.
Wow.
With body shots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to think he's probably the perfect size to really get to get like good leverage on a body shot of a heavyweight.
Yeah, man. They called him Little Hands of Stone. They said that that motherfucker could punch, man.
And that's the thing. He scored a lot of knockouts in the amateurs, and that's actually particularly impressive when you consider that it's heavier,
big and bigger gloves.
Yeah, heavier, more padded gloves like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you got headgear on too. I mean, sometimes,
and it's only 3 rounds, so it's like you don't have a lot of time to wear somebody down and everything.
People don't realize it when you got that headgear on. There's somewhat horse vision, so them hooks,
right?
You don't always see them. You literally got to get used to that when a guy is like, when he's out of your sight and he launches a hook and shit. You literally can't see it, so you got to kind of have that feel, that sixth sense where you're like, okay, boom, boom. You know what I mean? He's swinging. But especially if you got that nose guard shit on, that really fucks you up.
Yeah.
If you don't want to get your shit broke in the ring,
definitely.
But yeah, those are all like the things that people don't think. Hey, man, it ain't no joke scrapping with headgear and them big ass gloves and 16-ounce gloves, especially if you're in a lighter weight class.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, man, it's like you're on fire.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and you know they ain't washing them shits. So it just got that smell, like all that shit, it comes into play, and then that's when it's what they call that shit, the grit.
Right.
The grit of the ring, where you just letting it go and shit. It's like, oh, which gloves you want to wear? And it's like, man, I'm definitely taking a shower when I get the fuck up out of here. I'm taking like 3 showers. I'm taking a shower.
That's why I always keep my own gear, man. I gotta keep my own gear.
I'm taking a shower here. I'm taking a shower when I get home. I'm taking a shower, maybe
in bleach.
In bleach. Like motherfuckers, man.
Hit myself with this Lysol right quick.
Or you crack a motherfucker and spit like hits you, and you like, oh, but you ain't thinking about it in there. But then as you leave in the gym, you like, ugh, that's motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And some motherfuckers that come in there and shit, and it's like they don't be showering and shit. Like, ew, you nasty. Like,
that's nasty. Man.
Yeah, and then they be grabbing you, and then be like, you this motherfucker did that shit on purpose.
Fucking tactics.
Yeah. Oh, there's some dirty motherfuckers too. That's how you learn them dirty tricks in that sparring, man.
Yeah, literally dirty tricks.
Yo, dude, there's some real dirty motherfuckers, man. I had motherfucker where he was holding me, it was like hitting me. Yeah. And the coaches wasn't saying shit, and I'm like, I clipped him and shit for
Yeah.
doing it. You know what I mean? And I was like, shit,
Saying shit.
like,
I clipped them and shit for doing it.
What's up, fellas?
And I
yo,
was,
Yo,
you got
some
some
echo.
headphones, bro?
I clipped them and shit for doing it.
Yo, you got the video.
And I was,
You got some headphones, bro?
I clipped them and shit.
Oh fuck.
So you got the video.
Yo, bat shit. You gotta put some headphones on or something. Yeah. But yeah, man, I mean, it like the dude would like literally hold my hand. Like when I would jab him, I would hit him, and the dude would like grab my hand and then inside and then just try to hit me. Cause he was into that, what's that shit? That Wing Chun and Tai Chi shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like, yo, but you boxing, motherfucker. Like we box, you holding me. You can't be holding me and shit. Like the fuck wrong with you?
I'm like, yo, but you boxing, motherfucker. Like you box.
But you still got it though, bat shit. Like I could still I could still hear it.
Oh wow.
But you still got it though.
Yeah, you
See?
do.
I can still hear the echo. So it's coming out of your computer and then it's feeding back. Like I'll show you.
So it's coming out of your computer and then it's
See? Oh, there you go. You got it.
like
But
I show you.
nope, there you go again.
Computer and then it's big.
You gotta hook up your earpiece, brother. But so I mean, what's the dirtiest shit you had motherfucker try to do to you? You spar, right?
Yeah,
You said
yeah. I mean, to be honest, like I'm trying to think. I mean, honestly, probably the dirtiest wasn't even so much like what a fighter did to me, but more so like what the trainers did to me. I was in a gym that wasn't really like my own one time, and I guess maybe I kind of went a little bit too hard on somebody that was like kind of, you know, the boy, you know, the boy of the gym or whatever.
Right. The young gun, the rookie.
Yeah. Well, like, you know, not even that, but like somebody that like the trainers at that particular gym really thought highly of and everything.
Hold on 1 second, dude. Yo, bad shit, you can hop back on it. It cut off, bro. So you good. You don't have headphones? Damn, I didn't even hear it. Oh, he probably muted his shit. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Remy, my bad.
No. Yeah, but no.
Or I had Remy in there, my bad. I was looking at Remy shit. Go ahead.
But like it was basically like somebody that what do you call it? You know, they thought highly of and all that stuff. And I guess I don't know, like here's the thing, like when I'm sparring, like it's hard for me to kind of go 50%. You know what I mean? Like I kind of have to go like maybe at least 70 or 80. Otherwise, I'm not really doing anything.
Yeah, you got your instincts kick in, and you gotta let your shit go. Yeah,
right. And the thing is, you know, I guess maybe I roughed this kid up a little bit too much, and so basically, like, you know, they put you in the rotations, right? So it's like you'll jump in for 2 rounds with the guy that's already been there for 2 rounds previous,
right?
You know what I mean? They'll rotate the next guy in. Well, put it this way, like, you know, without giving too much personal information away, they rotated in a guy that was probably about 70 pounds heavier than me.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, so
you start putting the beats to him.
No. Well, that's the thing. Like, he was much taller than me, much heavier than me. So at that point, you know, like I'm in there, I'm trying to box as best as I can against this big motherfucker. And
moving.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he hits me with a right hand in the midst of that, and like I could honestly say that this is the hardest I've ever been hit. But like I had, like, I don't want to say he didn't give me a black eye, but he gave me like a little dot, it almost like if you didn't know what I know it looked like normally, it would look like I had like a little like mole, like a little extra mole on me.
Right. But you felt it on the inside.
Well, like I could just feel it to be able, because it's not like he caught me like right on the edge of the eye, like, you know, like where your eye kind of your the top eyelid and the bottom eyelid meet, like right there. I can't think of like what that would be called. You know what I mean? Like if say if you have like dry eyes and you put in eye drops, you put it in that little crease, like he hit me right there on the crease. So it's like he kind of scraped it across. Yeah. So, but like
I was just like, yo, that was fucked up. Like I knew that they did that shit on purpose though. Like why, how are you gonna rotate in, let's say, a heavyweight in there with a lightweight or a cruiserweight with a featherweight or some shit like light heavyweight
trying to humble you
with a bantamweight, you know what I mean? So
yeah, they were trying to humble you.
that makes no sense, you know what I mean? Unless they're doing that, like you said, to try to
purpose,
like this guy thinks he's all that, let's show him let's show him how to really fight or whatever.
Exactly. I totally know.
And that's the thing. Like I'm not the type of person to really like be doing that either. I'm not trying to go in there and like embarrass somebody or go in there and like really hurt somebody. I'm just going in there to do work. Right. And I'm figuring. And then here's the thing. Like this dude the first guy, he was an experienced fighter. Like no bullshit. He was an experienced. He was actually a pro fighter.
Yeah.
So like I don't know. It's
insane. Like there was this guy. He used to be he used to wrestle at the college. I guess he was like a state champion, but he used to box there, and he'd come in and box all the time. I never met the dude, right? And he came in, and he was 20 pounds heavier than me. And I was just hitting the bag, and he was like, training. Like I done ran like fucking 3 miles. I done did my sit-ups, everything, you know what I mean? And then I hit the weights to finish off because I didn't do no sparring. So I hit the weights and shit, and they're like, Tone, you want sparring? I'm like, I'm about to head out, And they were like, he was like, what, you scared? You know what I mean? He had his gear on, and I was like, oh, man. And I'm cocky, you know what I mean? So
like, don't tell me that shit, motherfucker.
So I you know what I mean? I was like, I'm in good shape, but I was still beat. I was beat though.
Yeah.
But I got in there
but you feel obligated now because he did that.
Yeah. So I'm bouncing around. He trying to touch me. He can't touch me at first, just kind of like letting him do his thing and shit. And then he tried to come in, and I just stuck the jab, the up jab on him. Boom. Yo, I almost dropped him with a jab, B.
Yeah.
I was like, at that time, I was like 140. I was a welterweight. He was he was like I think he was a super middleweight.
Okay.
Boom. I almost dropped him with a jab. Wow. He walked right into it too. Bling. Yeah. Yo. And then I just started sticking him, right? And now I'm playing him. They're like, well, y'all go 3 rounds. I was like, cool. So I went in, did my thing. First he couldn't touch me in the first round. Second round, I started putting hands on him. And in the third round, I was like, I'm gonna go all out on his ass and then go home, right?
Yeah.
So I went all out. It was like, you know how when you mix it up with somebody, because he didn't think I was gonna mix it up with him, but then you just get into it and everything goes in slow motion,
right?
And you just start letting your hands go and you like all your, the adrenaline kicks in and you just blah, blah, blah. And now I gave it my all. I was like, sweet. And they were like, all right, go again. Yo, we went 8 rounds. In the 8th round, I was holding this motherfucker. I was like, yo, and dude was like, oh, I was kicking you. I was like, dude, you never touched me. Even when he was like, you were running. I was like, man, I thought we was fighting 3 rounds. I've been trained all day, motherfucker. I was like, yo.
Like, shit, you come at the end of a marathon asking me if I want to race, man. Like, what the fuck?
And when I first got in there, that's the thing, too, is the communication. Yeah. Because I thought he just wanted to get some work in and shit, so I was just moving around. Yo, this motherfucker was trying to take my head off. So then I was like, he was like, yeah, y'all just spar 3 rounds and you go home. Yo, we end up going 8. One more round. The coach was like, one more round. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker what the fuck you trying to do? You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the fuck you trying to do, man? Like, tell me, at least give me a heads up what the fuck I'm prepared for. I would have paced myself and then, you know what I mean, picked my shots and sniped him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I was like, yeah, motherfucker, that 3rd round, I was like, then after that, like 4th round, I was kind of like, did all right. 5th round, I was like, all right, man, when we going to stop? 6th round, I was like, all right, man, I'm trying to get the fuck up out of here. And then we went 8, man, and this motherfucker was talking big shit. And I was like, come back tomorrow. That motherfucker never came back. Yeah. I was like, when I ain't did nothing, we'll square up in here again. But like I said, the motherfucker ain't touching me. He never touched me. But yeah, you spar with everybody. I sparred the baddest motherfucker I sparred was 160 pounder, and he was a professional. He was 9-1. And that motherfucker, man, like I could tell that motherfucker was like he was teaching me shit in there. He wasn't sparring me. He was teaching me. And I stunned him with a body shot, and he was like, you know how you knock the wind out of somebody? And
Right,
he was in
yeah.
such great shape that I caught him, bow, with a decent shot. And he was like, that was a good shot. That's what he said to me. I was like, oh, man. Like, he was like, but then he stopped me. He was like, hold on. And he was like, that's all you need in the pros is a split second to freeze somebody. You know what I mean?
Right.
To set up what else you're going to do. He was like, you admire your work. So he was teaching me, you know what I mean? He was like, can you throw your hook like this and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, what you want to do is you want to turn it over from a jab. Like you want to throw it like a jab and then just turn it. You know what I mean? Like he schooled me on a lot of shit that the coach didn't teach me shit. I was just freestyling in that motherfucker, just on grit. You know what I'm saying? But it was fun, man. And like I said to the chat earlier, man, shit, I was like, I wouldn't give it up for a world. It was a hell of an experience. And the fighters showed me a lot more than anybody else. Yeah. But there were guys in there that you just like, there was a heavyweight in there. He was a professional and he used to just beat the fuck out of people, man. Like he have like little welterweights and lightweights in there and just be beating them, breaking it. He broke this dude ribs and shit in the first round. I was like, this dude's it. And he was like, oh, yo, they were like, yo, you want to spar with him? I'm sparring with that motherfucker. I'll crack that motherfucker with a bat. You know what I'm saying? So that motherfucker crazy, get out there, I'll be waiting for that motherfucker with a bat. That motherfucker hit me with some shit like that. Just some straight ass asshole. Then he got knocked out. I was kind of like, I was at the when some of the fighters, I think it was David Reed that was fighting that night. He was there. They were trying to get me to fight some pro, and I didn't have no amateur background. They were like, just sign this contract. I was like, yeah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? And because you don't know who the fuck you fighting, some undefeated fucking star and shit. I'm like, fuck you mean, you know? But anyway, dude was in there, and he got in there with this
Mike
one
Tyson
dude.
before he's Mike Tyson and shit.
Yeah, exactly. And fucking dude got knocked out, and I was like, deep down, I was like, oh, that's fucked up because you was all there. But deep down, I was like, man, fuck that dude. I was like, I'm glad that motherfucker got slept because he used to beat up on all them little motherfuckers. Yeah, like, what? You don't get no props for that shit. Yeah, get no props for beating up on. I'm talking about guys that weren't even amateurs. He was just like, yeah, get in here. You know, no, I'll go light with you. And was like, you could see it. Like, this dude sparred with a lot of heavyweight champions. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. He was like beating up. I'm like, this
when he said, yeah, I'll go light with you, he meant he'll make light work of you.
Yeah, basically. I'm like, this dude like 6'3", 230 fighting a guy that's like 130 and was just beating him up. And they were like, hey, you want to get in there and just give him a little work and shit? I was like, fuck you, man.
Some Riddick Bowe motherfucker trying to fight Yuriorkis Gamboa and shit.
You know what I mean? Not even some dude off the street, something about the size of Yuriorkis Gamboa. I seen dude, he was sitting there, the fucking ambulance had to come, he broke 3 of his ribs. I was like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
Hey, you want to get in here? 2-3 days later, you want to get in here? I was like, fuck that. Man, I'll run that motherfucker over outside. I'll wait for that motherfucker outside in the car with my car revving.
Like
fuck that, man. Who does that? You get no points, no props.
Yeah.
But I did learn a lot from the other guys, though, man. They were decent fighters. They were good at what they did. And there was a chick there too, Amy Burton, Red Dog Burton. Okay. She was one of the first female fighters, and she used to fight on ESPN and shit. She was pretty bad. She was a welterweight, but at that time, it didn't matter what the weights was. If you was a girl, okay, you fight this girl. So she was fighting a light heavyweight at welterweight, and she went the full. I think they went eight rounds.
Yeah.
She went 8 rounds with her and shit on the undercard. David Reed. David Reed got a win too. That was 2 fights or a fight before he fought Trinidad. Which was bad. It was nice to see that motherfucker And
That's
man,
cool.
he could have been fantastic, man. I would have loved to see that dude continue his career.
Right.
It was too early, too soon.
Yeah.
He did well though. He dropped Trinidad,
Yeah.
and he was outboxing him up until that point, man.
Yep.
How long you been boxing?
Trying to think now, man.
What weight you
I
fight
mean,
at? You said
Since I was
Bantam?
a teenager and stuff. Well, I don't want to give too much away about me.
Oh,
I'm a light
all
guy.
right, all right.
I'm pretty light guy though.
Oh, no,
Put it that way.
all right. That shit,
I'm
man.
pretty light
Shit.
guy.
Fastest.
Yeah.
Shit. That means you light on your feet. I get it.
Yeah.
But I was 147 now. I'm not like that.
But yeah,
shit.
like I mean, like stylistically though, like I'm a speed guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh no, ain't no wrong with that.
Speed
Shit,
guy. I try to do a little bit of everything. Funny enough, I mentioned him earlier. I actually, like stylistically, I probably have certain similarities to somebody like a Carlos Quadras, because like,
Oh really?
honestly, like probably growing up, the person that I always thought was like the bet, like to me, that was always like the name that everybody would talk about as like the great boxer, like a great boxer, Sugar Ray Leonard. So so to me, like that's kind of what I've always kind of styled myself after, and of course, like try to do a little bit of like what Floyd did, and all that stuff. But really, like I'm naturally really quick with my hands and with my feet, so just kind of like throwing a combination and stuff.
That's how I was. I had
around
really quick hands before I entered boxing, and I knew that. And then when I got in there, I didn't realize the power I had. You know what I mean? Especially in my right hand. But literally, my left hand was was stronger. But I was just super accurate with my right hand, and that's what they called me, 1-2. They were like, they called me 1-2. Yeah. So when
so that's where you get you, man.
Yeah, so I would like stick like my jab out there, and then I just drop it instead of going right to the head. I would feint it like I was going to the head and just drop it, and then boom, hit him right in the solar plex, and the motherfucker almost every time except for that one pro fighter. Yo, I just drop them. Boom, they just drop, and they be like, what I'm saying? But then I hit him with that shit. He's like, good shot. And I was like, oh shit. But he used to do what's that shit? The wheel.
Battle hardened and shit.
The wheel? Yeah, where you got the two handles on it and you slide down with
the
wheel.
Yeah.
He would do that shit.
Thing.
Yeah, he would do that shit standing up and then go all the way flat, come back up, and he'd do that shit over and over again.
Yeah.
And then he would do that shit weird where he'd go backwards and shit. And I was like, damn, this motherfucker's core is insane. You know what I mean? So that now I know why he could handle it. And he was like, but in the pros, if you ever get there, he was like, that's all you need is that split second to set that hook up to do this. You know what I mean? Because he was telling me about my left hand and my right hand. He was like, your right hand is good.
Yeah.
Your right hand is really decent. He said, but your left hand is strong. It's just not accurate. He said, I felt it in my arm every time you hit me with it. He was like, so you got great power at this weight class.
Right.
He gave me big props, and it built my confidence, because I was like, he's just blocking my shot. I'm like, how I get it in there? And he was like, nah, you doing damage. You just don't realize it. And then when you do land a shot, you too busy like, oh yeah, I landed that shot. Are you admiring your work? What you admiring your work for? Keep working, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that's the type of motherfucker I like around me. You know what I'm saying? Someone that's like 100% all the time.
Yeah.
Cool
and
guy.
it's funny too, because even a lot of pros, I think, probably don't even ever hear something like that, and so then that's something that winds up kind of lacking in their game once they get to like a high level, and it winds up costing them sometimes against the right guy that's able to take advantage of that lack of that.
Right. And what's cool is when the motherfucker on the side, he was talking to me while we was scrapping.
Yeah.
You want to work on this? All right, yeah. Keep doing that. And I was like, this dude is fucking awesome. You know,
that's dope, man.
Yeah, it was. He was like, you want to do this like this, and you can hide the jab better like this, and you could do. And I was just like, damn, I like this motherfucker. He cool ass dude. Mm-hmm. So we used to kick it and shit, but you know what I mean? I think he gave it up because he started doing something like he only lost one, and it was a decision, and it was a hometown decision, and it kind of fucked him up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it kind of sucks. But he was like 160, like 6'2", and he had long ass arms. He was cool though, cool ass cat, man. And I was young, and he was showing me all that shit. And he used to always big me up whenever he came in and shit. Like yeah, you hungry? Yeah, go get it and shit. And that's what's up, man. And that's the type of motivation you need. My coach wouldn't say nothing to me. He walked right by me and hit the bag and shit and be like, yeah, keep it up. And just walk by and shit. Like I don't think he even knew much about boxing. He just had a boxing gym. It was probably like given to him or some shit.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
It is what it is. But I'm about to shut this bad boy down, yo.
Hey, real quick.
On, Naota. Oh, what's up?
Real quick though. What'd you think of Martinez and Harris?
I didn't watch it.
You didn't catch that?
Nah, I didn't.
Ooh, you gotta go back and watch it, man. Great fight.
Another one?
Yeah, it was a really good fight, man. That might have been like, well, I mean, honestly, that's a big part of the reason why I was saying the card was so great, because like from the very beginning to the end. I mean, the Parker fight wasn't Parker fight wasn't too bad, to be honest with you.
No, actually, I did catch the Martinez. That's the young cat, right?
Yeah, the young Mexican kid.
Yeah. Yo, he's pretty nasty, and that was a good fight. The dude was game too.
Yeah. Jay Harris was real game.
Yeah, he was game.
Yeah,
it
like
was
I was saying,
though, right?
No. It went the distance.
It went the distance.
It went 12.
Yeah. Going back and forth and shit. I was outside working on my whip.
Yeah, he dropped him. He dropped Harris in the 10th round, but he wasn't able to finish him. Harris came back and stung him back a little bit,
and he was swelled up.
Yeah. Right. That's the thing. I think it was actually a good learning experience for both of them, because I think Harris had never fought anybody that physical, and I think Martinez had never fought anybody that technical. So it's like they were both able to kind of see something new from the other one.
And they can learn
for it.
Yeah. And there wasn't too much of a price to pay because they ain't mastered their craft yet.
Yeah. Especially Martinez. Martinez definitely used some work on his defense for one. More like
decent shot though. And I like the way he shifts.
Oh yeah. No, the shifting is great. The stance switching and all that, like that's like, and just the explosiveness. He's naturally talented. He's got a lot of speed, a lot of power.
And sometimes when you train in boxing, it keeps you from shifting because they want you to keep that stance, and you're trained so much into the basics that you don't.
Well, I say that dude's a straight up street fighter. You know what I mean? Yeah, like and I mean that like literally. Like I remember in
like what you just said. If you're a fighter, you can. Most people can shift naturally.
Right.
But sometimes it's beaten out of you.
Right. Because it's not traditionally taught in textbook boxing or whatever. But what do you call it? No, I was saying like he literally is a street fighter. That like if when he was fighting Charlie Edwards when he initially got that title shot for that belt, they were talking about the way he got that. He beat Andrew Selby in an eliminator, but before he fought Selby, like while he was supposed to be in training camp, he got arrested for beating up two dudes on the street.
Yeah.
And then while he was in jail, he fought people in jail too.
Oh yeah.
So he was like joking about the fact that like that was training camp for Andrew Selby, fighting people on the street and in jail.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. But that's where fighters used to come from, though. That was just like hard lives and shit.
Yeah,
and
I mean, that's typically the way it is for a lot of guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. They said Gotti fought for the fans, but I'm sure it took a toll on his health. It did. And then right here, you remember Gotti and Ruelas? Yes, Ruelas was whipping his ass, and then Gotti just caught him with the left hook. Ruelas killed a man or put a man in a coma in a ring. I think it was on a De La Hoya undercard. I watched it live on television. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch that. I wasn't at that fight. But I know he killed somebody. Or if he didn't kill him, I think he killed the dude. Ruelas, and it was it was one of them fights where the guy was never really super stunned, where it wasn't a shocking awe. It was just like a clubbing punches after clubbing punches, where the fight should have been stopped. And I seen a couple of them too. I didn't hear it on the undercard at Bival's fight at the Zone was holding. there was a guy that left on a stretcher, and he was out and he never moved, and then they pulled him out. But I tried to look for it. I googled that shit. I tried to find out if the dude was all right, and there's no information on it. Like it, and I was like, that's kind of fucked up. The thing. Ain't nobody saying nothing. It was that Russian kid that they call in Triple G. I think he's a middleweight. He was on the undercard and he beat this dude.
Oh, Israel Madrimov.
They should have stopped that fight 2-3 rounds prior. And I when
he was hammering that kid.
I was like, yo, and that's like everybody was cheering around me. It's a tough crowd. It's kind of like the East Coast StubHub.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, they should stop that shit. Like this is no good. And the dude had heart, and it was like, this shit ain't that.
Yo, you know the crazy one that you just reminded me of though was it was like a little over a year and a half ago, I think now. Was Bin Liu. This guy, he was an Olympian. He got robbed in the Olympics. But he turned pro. He was promoted by Manny Pacquiao. And he fought on the undercard of Pacquiao Matisse, and it was only his second pro fight, but they were trying to break the record that Lomachenko and I can't remember the name of that Thai dude that he shares that record with, like fewest number of fights to a world title. So he was trying to get it in his second one. This guy Bin Liu, and he was fighting this dude that they call Triple C. He kind of like lifted the name from Triple G, Carlos Canizales. And the thing is, Carlos Canizales, like, he's not just a belt holder, like a title. Like, he's a bad motherfucker. Like, this is a guy that can box. He can punch. He can brawl with you. He's a badass.
There's levels to it.
Yeah.
There's levels.
So, like, he was going in there with, like, a dog, He was going in there with a real, like, a fighter, not a good boxer and a good fighter. And Canizales, I want to say that I think he'd stopped Lou in like the 9th or something like that, but he hammered him almost every single round of that fight. Bin Liu did like have a couple of rounds where he did really well, and he actually rocked Canizales, I think in like the 6th or the 7th. But then like after he rocked him, Canizales basically just continued the ass whooping, and then finally laid him clean out. And like the last I heard from him was that he went to the hospital, and then nothing after that.
Yeah.
Like it's the, and I still can go back and try to check back to see what happened with him, because like honestly, like he was a really good prospect. He was an amateur world champion and all kinds of accolades and everything. But he was like primed to be like a Zhou Shiming 2.0 and shit. But that dude Canizales like fucking snuffed the candle before the flame could even become one.
Exactly. And you know what? And it's like, it's not like just their careers end, man. It's like their life just take a turn. And that's why I was like, that's why I don't get that whole Wilder thing. I'm like, yo, this dude getting beat up. Like there's a point where you like, I'm like, there's a point where you just say, all right, man, we get it. It's not the competition anymore. It's just the beating, man. That's
right.
So
like there's no hope at this point.
You know what I mean? It's not like, and some guys got that in them, where they can come back from that shit, like what you was just talking about dude that made one dude retired. I'm trying to think of his name. See, lost it that quick. Fucking the dude who fought Tim Bradley. We were Provodnikov.
Oh yeah.
Why do I always forget his name? The dude who beat him, who outboxed him.
Oh, Herrera.
No. The other guy. The dude who don't really box, but he outboxed him.
Oh, Molina.
Yeah. You take a guy like Molina, or you take a guy like Corrales that can sit there and just be getting they fucking head beaten, and then just like bam, and just or Gotti and just knock a guy out, and you're like, I don't know if they hoping for that, but when you see that there's no hope, you know what I'm saying? And they don't have thick skulls, or they're just not built that way. Yeah. It's like you don't know if they're gonna be able to do that. And I get it, it's phenomenal, but what type of damage they taking in the process? And I get it. Right. Like there's a point where I just go, that's enough of that shit. Like this ain't even competitive.
Right.
This
Well,
man,
and I mean, even outside of that, like you still got to be like defending yourself. He wasn't even doing that. He went straight back into the corner and started eating clean right hands.
right,
You
but
know,
that's the thing. You got to be exactly. You got to be defending yourself.
defending
Technically, the
yourself.
fighters. It's
Defending yourself like either with movement or with a guard or
right.
with punches of your
And
own
if
that
the
are
ref
landing,
can't see
to
that,
give you a
if the
chance.
doctor can't see that, then
Yeah.
you probably need a new doctor. And I'm not saying that guys ain't just get caught with one shot and there's like neurological damage, but when you could see it, when the guy's just reacting funny, you know who always scares me when they fighting? Where I'm like, this dude got fucking damage done to him. Is the dude? Oh, fuck. And this is my issue, is I be always forgetting people's names. Pascal, when he fought, when he fought fucking Kovalev, I'm like, why are they letting this fight go on? Like the way his reaction to the punches wasn't normal.
Yeah,
like he was.
I mean, Pascal has a really bad reaction to punches in general, though. Like I don't know with him, like he stiffens up.
Yeah,
when he gets hurt, like it's obvious because he fucking stiffens up.
It mimics that telltale sign of neurological damage, and you're like watching that shit happen. And I'm like, yo, like I was watching that fight and was like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Like there was moments where he's not even getting hit, and he's just like all over the place. And that's what I seen in the, like, it could have been exhaustion with Wilder, but I'm like, why chance it?
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? Why chance this man's career and his life and all that shit? Like, why chance that shit? He could come back and give him another chance to come back, and if he's good, then let it be good. You know what I mean? But why? I mean, I get it, it's a warrior sport. I'm all for the warrior sport. I'm all for the heart. But man, there's just certain things where there's lines that's being crossed, and motherfuckers just like, cool. And then you see fights where a motherfucker ain't even getting hit, and they're like, all right, fight's over.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Whenever you see stuff like that,
it's like one or the other. I guess it's the give and take of it, but usually it's a favorite boxer where he's getting his ass hit the whole fight. He's having a small moment, and they're like, fight's over. Yeah, he's shit. Like I see Wilder hit. It was a
like, oh, you know that was a good example of that when Guillermo Rigondeaux fought Julio Ceja.
There you go. Sure. Yup. Rigondeaux and Ceja right there. Boom. And it's just like, oh yeah, boom. This man
knocks Ceja down. So I guess back up. Here's my gloves. Fight's over. Like what?
Like and you see it all the time, man. You see it all the time. It's like that's fucking crazy. Especially when you're catching a lot of undercards, especially if you had a live event and you don't see the undercards on television, but you at the live event and the hometown fighter getting his ass whooped and he has a short moment and the ref's it's over. And you're like, oh man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, you sons of bitches.
Yeah.
But yo, man, it's getting a little late. And yo,
man, I kept you even longer than I should have.
No, it's all good, man. And thanks for the chat. You know, you guys are my night owls, man. Y'all stick it out with me. Thanks to everybody who came on. Nayoda, I just wanted to give you props. That's why I wanted to bring you on, man. Because you're right about that situation. And shout out to El Jefe, Miss El Speedbag. Shout out to my man Black and Brown Boxing for coming on. Red Glove Militant, Lisa Bells, Batshit Crazy. Sorry it didn't work out. When you get your headphones, man, you always welcome up on here, man. No doubt about it. Samuel Shaw, he ain't make it today. Martin Machine, my man, the dude who always Mr. Consistent right off the bat. You know, fucking Seti, my man. Let me just go through this real quick. Remy, can't forget you. You know, everybody who came through. Tim Dub, of course, man, my man from upstate New York, my man. Just a shout out to everybody. And like I said, man, catch me in the playback if y'all want me to edit some shit. If y'all got any ideas, I'll be more than happy to do it. And whoever got the most ideas, or if you know what I'm saying, if I'm feeling it, I'll throw my swag on that shit. I'll put it on. I'll do whatever y'all want. You know what I mean? Because I like editing, but I'm just like not motivated. y'all motivate me. You know what I'm saying? So y'all, if y'all got any ideas for a good edit, man, just give me a shout out and I'll go ahead and do it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put some stuff out. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't just want to just do it just to do it, man. You know what I mean? I want to be motivated to do it. But thanks for everybody coming on. Nayoda, yo, thanks for coming on, man. Enjoy your night, man. And you're always more than welcome to on my lives, bro.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, man.
No problem, man. Later, everybody. Have a good night.